Hello, chat. I hope everyone is doing well. Odin says hi. We're just gonna kind of get into it. I'm sure this music is still a bit too loud. Um, but yeah, we'll just go ahead and get started. Hey, Flyer, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We're finally back. It's been gone for a week, and we're back. Um, if those Odin, no. Hey, no. The pupper is very excited because of this. And yeah, it's for those of you who might have heard like bits and pieces along the way, I've been having to deal with renovations, and they went horribly. Like they finished on Friday, I think. But on Thursday, I still need to clean out my PC because my PC looks terrible right now. But essentially, they were dry cutting tile inside, and like they're working on the room next to mine, which is what they're laying down the tile for. And they needed to do like an overlap to like my room from like that room. And yeah, they put spacers in, so it's not even like I could close the door. But yeah, they decided to dry cut tile in that room. And literally everything in my room was covered in like a thick layer of tile dust. And I just wanted to scream. So like yeah, oh my god, is right. It was really bad. I posted a picture somewhere. I couldn't find it, but it was just like it was so bad. And I don't even think I've gotten everything. I've like vacuumed, I've wiped down, I've like washed everything that I can. I've wiped down every surface I can, but I'm just like, ugh, I still don't. I still think there's some stuff I need to get, and it was just a goddamn nightmare. So that happened on like Thursday night, I think. So I was just like, I was to the point where I could be like back in my room again for the most part. And I was like, oh yeah, let's try to stream on Thursday. And then like after they're done, I just get in my room and I'm just like, oh my god, this is gonna be the rest of my night. So we spent like 2.5 to 3 hours just cleaning, and it still wasn't enough. Also, let me know if the music's too loud. But then it's just like they had more shit. They had to like pull up like these are also big tiles that were getting laid down. And then they put like one down that they weren't supposed to put down, so they had to pull that one back up again. And just so even more tile dust gets kicked up, so I had to clean everything again. And so like by Friday night, I was just fucking dead. And then on like Saturday, I finally got like some of my like health coverage paperwork. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. It was. It was so bad. And like, hold on, let me see if I can find this, because this was bad. But yeah, and then it's just like I just got my like health coverage finally, and I live in a horrible place. So I'm just like, all right, let me try to find if I can even use this to get my meds, because I can't tell. And I didn't find an answer to that. Oh, here we go. Copy link. If you want to see the absolute nightmare, god damn it. If you want to see the absolute nightmare that I had to deal with, that should be fine, right? Yeah. It is horrible, holy shit. But yeah, so I'm like trying to figure out because this paperwork doesn't say what it actually covers. So I had to like go to the website. Oh my god. I would cry. That's what I spent yesterday doing flyer. I kept it together for one day and then I just like lost it after as I'm like trying to sort out all my healthcare stuff. And then so like what I found was it's just like, oh hey, this bill is just like trying to ban transgender care for adults as well. And I guess it was amended. Is amended at some point because they tried to look at the actual bill, but legalese is a fucking nightmare. But it's like I guess to where it doesn't affect adults or if you're already on it. So I think I should be fine. I don't fucking know. But after like trying to deal with that, I just like had a breakdown. I had such a bad breakdown last night. And I was just like, no, no. And then I just like was like ugly crying playing Apex at like midnight. It was so bad. As I'm just like, everything is horrible. As I'm like solo dropping into Apex duos. I was like listening to Green Day at one point. Just like, it was so bad. Oh yeah, so that's been my week. It's been a lot. I've been exhausted. Um, so yeah, we're streaming today. I don't know how I'm gonna go on for. I guess it just depends on how I'm feeling and how much I want to get done. I do have some commissions to work on. We'll be doing that. I think off stream mostly. Um, or I might do it on like no, I think I'll do that as on Wednesday. If we still need to work on those by then. But yeah, I want to work on a variety of stuff. I've been waiting to work on some of like my fantasy setting, which my fantasy setting is kind of like a diesel punk kind of magic setup. And yeah. So I want to work on like a little bit of that. That's what the sketch is for. And then we'll maybe work on some more Signala stuff. And I don't really know. But yeah, it's been a week. It's been exhausted. It's been an exhausting week. Twitch, you okay? Okay, this is fine. This cool. Uh, something is borked. No. No, can't control Z that? No, of course not. Glad you and Oda made it through. Thank you. Speaking of good news, chat, is that Odin, we have his vet bill paid off finally. So, generic children exclaiming "Yay!" Okay, this is so that's all good. However, we had to dump like. Oh, did I hit? No. Yeah, it costs like over $300 to pay that off and do his last shot. So, but that's off my shoulders. It's gone. So that's really nice. Also, like I'm having this issue where just like, I don't know, the top half of my stream setup on Twitch is cut off, and I'm just like, I do not want to deal with this right now. It's not important, but it's just like, it's bothering me. Lost without any context. Yay! Hi, Xtraga. How you doing? Hope you're having a good night. Essentially, back in December, my dog, Odin, had a really bad blockage where he was like fully constipated and wasn't able to poop for several days. So I had to take him to the vet, and he got, like, I think several enemas they had to do to clear everything. And yeah, that was $700. It was a lot of money. So we've been slowly paying that off ever since December. And yeah, that's finally cleared now. I'm good. Good to hear that you're good. I'm glad everyone's fine. Yeah, he's a troublemaker. He like, I don't know. He gave me another scare recently because he ate like some kind of cloth or like synthetic fiber, and like had trouble passing that. And he's just like, but that was only for like a day and a half, and I am just like, God damn it, dog. Please stop having a death wish. You already have Addison's disease. I don't need you to have more of it. So that's a big relief, which is what my most recent commission sale was for today. Which I think this is the last day of that sale, so I'm actually gonna reblog something really quick. Gonna reblog something really quick because I just wanna let people know. I've been like, I'm so bad at social media. And it's just like, there's a lot of times where I just forget to like post things all the time. And it's like, it's a thing I need to get better at because this is literally a part of like the business of being an artist. Okay. You post, oh, wait, shit. Undo. Quote. Sailor, what's what we do with the drunken sailor? It is fully paid off. So that's really good that all of that's clear. It doesn't help that being on social media kind of sucks to do. Yeah. I don't like it. There's a lot of stuff I saw, I think, this morning that made me so upset. There's so many things that made me upset. Oh my god, where's my blog? Where's my blog? But like, yeah, I know there was this one post, and I saved myself from actually making a post ranting about it, but there's this post that was like, give me 1 second. Okay, that's done. I've done my social media homework. Hey Fram, thanks for the sub. Hope you're doing well and having a good Sunday. Or oh, wait, is it still Sunday there? You start with posting in multiple socials and later you just oh my god. Yeah. I'm really thinking about trying to get like a post to multiple things because that would make my life so much easier because I just like bouncing between tabs and it's a little silly. But yeah, I saw this mildly cursed post that was like, Monday morn. Oh, well, happy Monday morning. I hope you have a good coffee and some good breakfast if you get breakfast. Feel free to post coffee pics. But yeah, so I saw this post that was like, yeah, promoting human artists, no AI, no NFT, and then it followed with no, not safe for work, which I get they're probably just like trying to, make an algorithm friendly like post. I don't think they mean anything awful by it, but I think like when you are promoting like quote unquote human artists, then you leave out and in your nose you just put no, not safe for work is just like kind of weird as someone who's like pays a lot of my bills because I do not safe for work art. I'm just like, I don't think they're trying to imply that not safe for work artists are not human, but by golly, could it be interpreted that way? Oh, I have Monday morning too, technically 0:30. Oh my god. Amazing. Yeah, it's still evening here, so we're still pretty early. It's like starting to become spring, so it's still daylight out, and I hate it. But yeah, we're just gonna actually get into some art. I'm considering on certain platforms, considering how people like us are inherently, yeah. And it's once again like I don't think they meant it to come off as bad as I'm reading it, but it's just like, I don't like that. I don't like that. Which I don't think we'll work on it today. We might work on it Wednesday. But we do have some horny Signalis posting coming your way. I don't know when we'll do it, but the horny Calibri posting will happen. This is a threat. Let's see how in a puddle of rum. Oh yeah, also, I forgot. I don't think I mentioned, but we have so many more redeems for videos. I am actually going to see if I can just unfull screen this because or no, this is just worked. Okay. So we have so many more video redeems now. Which here you go. I'll give you
delicious egg.
One for you since Fram's here. We'll see. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. There's.
I love books.
Yeah. So there's a couple now. We're going to expand it. At some point. They're on a pretty low cooldown right now for Ruby jump scare. God, I have so many thoughts about Ruby because like, I just wanted Ruby to be so much better than it was. That's what I want. Like, there's just so much potential there, and it's just like, I don't know. I mean,
Delicious
I
egg.
kind of know. Delicious egg. And
You see, this is why we broke up.
Oh yeah, we do have the. Oh my god, that's just the full screen. Oh no. I didn't. Okay, I didn't change that. Hi, Scrunt. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Did you hear about one of the OG? Yeah, I did. I wonder
love
if they'll be
books.
able to get it. Yeah, I love books too. Thank you for the books. Yeah, I might
Oh my god, are you
adjust.
guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? That is
Adjust
one of the
something
most
about
important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
What have you done? Listen, listen. I I had I
delicious egg.
listen. Oh, there's the culprit. I'm gonna put all this blame on Kip. Egg, delicious egg. Layer check. We're on. Actually, thank you. We're gonna actually name our layers. Sketch layer. Um, yeah. This is. Kip was the one who edited all of these, by the way. So you can thank Kip. You can thank Kip for it. Um, but like the whole reason why I like really want to
I
do
love
these
books.
is because I'm a big fan of Onsta stream. I love books too, Ruby. Um, but I'm a big fan of Onsta stream, and she has so many redeems like this. So that's for the. No, you're not. You're not done. I don't believe you. So she has so many redeems, and I'm like, I want to have redeems. Are we talking about Ghost in the Shell in here? Yeah. And a lot of this is just like things I reference a lot with one my friends anyway. So I'm just like, yeah, why not just have it on stream? I think like the Ghost in the Shell one is just so funny to me because there are like so many people who will like talk about some form of media in like some critical aspect and like they don't actually know anything about it, and it makes me want to scream. Misinformation is rife on the internet. Blow the man down. Blow the man down. Also, yeah, I, I. Oh my god, this is. I tried to, um, but yeah, I also discovered the Real Mackenzies had a new album drop, and it's just like sea shanties. Be right back, gonna make coffee. Bring me one, will you? I'd appreciate it. Thanks. So Real Mackenzies released like a new album. It's all shanties. So that's what we've been listening to. It reminds me, like 12 years ago, people were talking about Susan Kane and video games, and I tried to watch Susan Kane, and my god, what a boring movie. Yeah, it's a very like artistic movie, but it's like definitely like a thing of its time, and it's just like you know, um, and essentially just because like it was because of like the kind of production it was, and like the narrative scale and like everything that was going on with it is like that's why it was like so important, and it just kind of like was left in the like cultural zeitgeist as like this really important movie, and most people like hadn't even seen it. I'm sure it was exciting. It had edits. Yeah. But there's a lot of like I don't know, I think far more impressive things during the time, because like Susan Kane was, I think it was the 30s. No, 40s. Okay, so it's like here's the kind of crazy thing about like this is that like this is after like All Quiet on the Western Front and Metropolis, which like All Quiet on the Western Front was a massive production. We might look at back at it like today, like it's not something crazy, but for like all of the extras and pyrotechnics and like a lot of attention to detail and really understanding the material led to it like being this smash hit success. And you're a massive production. I produce a lot of depression, that's for sure. Um, and to the point where the person who is actually playing Paul in the original was just like, yeah, I'm a conscientious objector now after the production. And Yuri. Yeah, we love Yuri. That is true. And it had like a very kind of impact on the way people saw war. And don't forget Yuri, that's right. That's on the starting student. Except for Yuri on Ice. We can forget about Yuri on Ice. Don't worry about that. um but yeah, and then you had like but a lot of the extras they had working on All Quiet on the Western Front, which was made in, I think it released in 1930. But a lot of the extras and like they had were just World War One veterans, and which is definitely like something when you are setting like a tone, I guess, and really committing to everything. And it was one of the like larger like war productions at the time, I believe. But then you had like Metropolis, in which the Germans said we are going to make like one of the most intensive productions like ever, which is a little behind the times when it released because it was still a silent film, but it was just like the sheer amount of like props and like different sets and like the sheer amount of extras they had was like an incredible production. And we only like got the full version released of it like in the late 2000s, I believe, because they found a reel of it in like Argentina, I think. that had all of the parts that were missing, because before I think like 2008 or like 2009 they just a complete version of the Metropolis didn't exist. Streaming during Sagejam slamming. You do the multi-stream drift. What's the Sagejam slam? Is that his Tekken tournament that's going on? Also get multi-stream drifted. But yeah, I if you can't tell, I really like a lot of old cinema and the stories and histories behind it. Like it's very funny that Casablanca, for instance, became such a classic because it was a propaganda movie, and they were cranking these out. Get drifted, nerd. They were cranking these things out like in a month or two, I believe. Like that's how fast they were like doing some of these, like wartime productions. And then it like became a huge classic, even though it was just kind of like one in a million. Which you know, one I one I really want to go back and see the original is To Be or Not to Be. Imagine sitting down to a choice of propaganda and it's Casablanca. Yeah, I mean it is big pro wartime propaganda. It's really effective at that, and that's because it is like a very positive message, or I guess positive, quote unquote, of like continuing the fight, despite everything. Because like at the end, it's just like back in my day, my propaganda was Disney's Marvel's Iron Man. But like it's about continuing the fight, and like if everybody remembers like the ending speech or whatever, but then like right after that, him and his French cop buddy go up and join the French Foreign Legion. Like that's their whole like beautiful friendship or whatever, as they're going to fight the Germans. But there's so much into it, and it's if you like are ever interested in like understanding kind of propaganda and like media like that, that's a really good place to start. But and it's less depressing than like watching any Marvel movie. Because it's like propaganda against the Nazis rather than like, oh hey, this is this is really bad. Like I don't like some of the imagery in Disney Marvel's Iron Man, actually. I think this might be what the kids call problematic. Year-round Robin Tekken teams turning nice. Yeah, Tekken 8 seems to really have taken off, eh? That's like the fighting game I just know the least about. All I know is it's like their characters, like I think playing themselves in like a game, because like there's the Tekken like game tournament is like an in-universe thing. Each of them led by a person who actually plays. The other people are some of the new conscious. So kind of like that Souls Twitch rivals back in the day. Back in the day for Elden Ring. It's really taken off. Boo. It's pretty good. I started Splinter Cell Chaos Theory this morning. I played co-op, not the single player. Which one was Chaos Theory? Was Chaos Theory that was like the really good one, right? Before the one before Double Agent? Because the last one I remember was Double Agent. I don't remember if it's called Double Agent, but it's the one where you're a double agent. Or you're like a double agent for like 5 minutes if you went that route. We're in for Justin Wong's team, but they've been getting toasted. Oof. Yeah. I like developed by 2 different studios. Wait, what? Conviction where they went full Jack Bauer. Interesting. Wait, are you saying that 2 different halves of the game were developed by different studios? Is that what you're implying? Because that sounds unhinged. Amy, I made a damn good coffee. Nice. Pixar, it didn't happen. That sounds very unhinged, Kip. Don't tell me they're too. Oh no, that was worse than that. No. No. How is it worse? I don't like that. I'm just gonna erase this. How is it worse? Also, what do you have in your coffee, Fram? Is it just like espresso and milk? I usually do like a little bit of like I've had usually go for like either a little bit of a hazelnut or a like French vanilla kind of syrup. Okay, so there was a Splinter Cell Double Agent for the Xbox that was developed by the same studio as Chaos Theory, included a co-op. Nice, Fram. Nice pucks. We love a good coffee puck. Oh shit, porcelain maid. Hang on. Exclusive knockbox fix. Okay, so and then there was a Splinter Cell Double Agent for the Xbox 360 that was a different Ubisoft studio that is the canon story. But it's developed at the same time for release at the same time. What? But why? Chaos Theory had the whole mark and execute mechanic. No, Odin. Which is kind of badass. I don't remember what that mechanic is. Alright, we're going to be trying a different brush. I want this brush. So we're going to be trying a little bit of a different brush for inking. I think we might have to change it for like some eyes. I sent you the promo art. There's yeah. Yeah, I've been looking at it. Which okay, chat. One of the things I learned recently, okay, was that Bricky. I think Scrunt knows Bricky, but for those of you who don't, Bricky is a YouTuber and streamer who is mostly just like a dude. He's just like a white dude who likes Warhammer, and that's like his whole thing. Is he's just a dude who plays Warhammer and knows a lot about it. Think of like the most average dude you can. However, there was like one VTuber girl who's like playing a bunch of Warhammer games and was like really getting into it, and she's like, okay, so like if I want to learn more about this setting, who can I collab with to like actually learn more about like the lore and the setting and everything that's going on there? And she suggested Bricky. So now like Bricky will do like games and collabs with a bunch of like anime VTubers, and he's just there as like a guy. So you have like a bunch of anime girls and then just like Bricky. Which is so funny because it just like is just like streaming anime Muppets. It's just like everybody's a character, and then you just have like the normal human. Stealth kills would earn you mark and execute tokens, and you cash them out by marking multiple targets and hitting a single button to kill them all instantly with style. Oh, interesting. That's something pretty cool. Gives you a... He became an IRL airman character? Yeah. It's just funny. And, I just really love, like, you know, because I grew up on the Muppets. I love the Muppets. And so I'm just always a big fan of, like, puppet juxtaposition, where you have just, like, normal people interacting with puppets as if they're normal. Which, Little V Mills did, like, a collab with, oh my god, I can't remember her name. Something Kitty Cat, I believe. And so you just have, like... the tail end of that is like, is it Ross or Bricky? It's Bricky. But, like, Little V Mills did a, like, VTuber collab. And so you have, like, Heavy Metal Man juxtaposed against, like, Big Titty Anime. Anime. VTuber girl. And it's just so funny. Hey, Goldfish. Hope you're doing... Yeah, Obi Katy Cat. Yeah, that's right. Also, hi, Pori. Hope you're doing well. I mean, to be fair, yeah. She has a big titty anime tuber who could do a better metal scream than I've heard from a lot of artists. Nice. Yeah, I haven't checked out her stream too much. But that's great to hear, and that just makes the collab even better. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Pore. We're just, you know, having a pretty chill day. It's like our first stream back from renovation hell. So we're just kind of getting back into the swing of things. I got her clips on my YouTube feed when I revisited how to do the metal scream. Oh my god. Amazing. Yeah, I don't, like, know a lot about, like, the more popular VTuber scene, because I just, like, a lot of the streams I check out are usually, like, smaller people, because I like usually being involved in chat. Are you still playing Helldivers, Amy? A friend of mine gave it with you yesterday for my birthday. Oh my god. First off, happy birthday, Fram. Hope you had a wonderful birthday and got to take some time for yourself. And yeah, I am playing it when I can. There are just, like, so many games, though, and I'm just, like... It's hard to juggle them all. But yeah, Helldivers is a lot of fun. I've been playing with... recently with Goldfish and Kip here, too. It was about a week ago, and I did nothing. Oh, nice. Well, happy late birthday. Birth mass. Okay, so I can't do a lot of, like, kind of thin, wispy lines with this, but I can do those with this one. But yeah, it's, Ooh, I was also getting it when Amazon refund funds. Nice. It's a lot of fun. It's just, like, a really... Just, like, they just laser focused on the design of that game, and they executed it incredibly well. It's... I think you find... I don't think you find a lot of games that execute as well as, like, what they did, because they took, like, a very specific, like, design philosophy, and they stuck to it, and it worked really well for them. Like, they didn't go too far out of, like, their own box or whatever. They just, like, built on what they had already established with the first game and just made it into a third-person shooter, and it's just so much fun. And yeah, my entire abdomen hurts from laughing manically while killing the entire team with the bomb. I think it like killed goldfish. Um, which it's like, yeah, for those
I love books.
books. I love books too, Ruby. It seems like it's a refreshing sort of Left 4 Dead. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah, change of perspective was a smart choice. Yeah, because that's like a lot of people's issues were the first one, where like the just kind of like the twin stick shooter vibe.
Oh my god, are you guys
that's,
talking about Ghost in the Shell?
limited.
That is
You're
one
gonna
of the
very
most
limit your
important
audience
movies
when that's,
ever
like,
made.
the-
I cannot wait to see it.
The aspect, because like not as many people are going to be into that. But the other kind of way of plus Risk of Rain series development, yeah. The other way I've heard it described a lot is it's like Mass Effect's multiplayer, but like better. They did all of that to reach their end goal. Some of the random wino on Reddit telling them that having a design vision is weirdly patriarchal. They should cut it out and do exactly what the Redditor wants to be successful. Oh my god. I can't wait to be that level of success. I can't wait to someone call me like a misogynist or something because of like mech game. I know it's gonna happen. I know. Look, I'm gonna get canceled so hard for mech game, and it's gonna be impressive. Oh my god, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? Oh my god, I can't wait to improve my galactic radius. Yeah. Um. But but yeah, it's also a game that's using like the live service kind of, living world thing to its actual advantage, and is actually like the one that is the most like built for this. Because like a lot of live services are just kind of like half baked in how they like set up their living part of the world, but it's just like the way they've built the game is that you have like the galactic war going on, and there are places you liberate, and those places will get like attacked once you liberate them, and so you're kind of in this constant tug on pull. And then what they've done, is now they're adding like the vehicles to specific worlds. So, like, if you want to have mech production, you have to protect the world where mechs are produced on. And there's going to be multiple planets with different vehicles. So that's going to encourage people to actually, like, go to specific worlds to help liberate them. And I heard it's us against Joel. Fucking Joel. Unironically, true feminism accepting that women are equal, but simply want to do housework. Makes sense. Oh my god. But yeah, so it's just like, so you have a very clever game design, yeah, and so you have like a bunch of reasons to like actually defend worlds. It's not just has to be because I want to kill like, fight against like this enemy or this. I think we will stick to this pin when we do eyes, since it's like pretty thick inking we're doing. And so it's like really smart design and like very clever, as you're saying, to like get people to defend different areas or zones. And yeah, and it's like, I'm not a big fan of like the microtransactions and everything, but it's also just like you find, if you're playing the game, you find a lot of them on the floor. And like there was I think one mission where it's just like you found 50 super credits in one go, which that's your premium currency. Amy Stream, hell yeah. Hey Splasha, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. We're finally back after our week of misery. We're just talking about Helldivers 2 right now as I'm doing some inking. But yeah, and it's but it's just like, yeah, I haven't had to spend any money in it, um, which is really
delicious
nice.
egg.
It's like mostly just like if you're spending money, it's just the delicious egg. Oh, that was just weirdly cut off. Yeah, we already have the Unicorn Overlord. They are on a timer, Kip. It's on a very short timer. If it gets... So what I'm thinking is that we can leave them on a short timer for like art streams, but then if we're doing for whenever I get around to doing games again on stream, we'll change it, and we might just like disable them for like certain parts of the stream, or stuff like that. Like, I personally don't mind if we have like a lot of, if people do a lot of them. It's going to be a thing where if people, timer is just about long enough for me to forget about them. Good. Okay, that was the intention. Because like, you get so many channel points, and I want people to have ways to spend their channel points. And I also really enjoy dumb video clips. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put them there.
Delicious egg.
So, delicious.
I love books.
We love a delicious egg, chat.
Oh my god, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? That is one of the most important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
You see, this is why we broke up.
Oh my god, I too love Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I amassed them gluttonously. Well, this is why we broke up. Because you just amassed so many gluttonously. That's why we had to break up. It's so beautiful. I'm going to add more. Eventually. I think we will branch out from the, H-bomb verse at some point. Yeah. This is actually what Twitch... Yes. I felt like such a poser seeing Ghost in the Shell playing at a hot pot restaurant and not recognizing it. Yeah, we're check. Thank you. We are on the line layer. We are inking. That's so funny. I saw Ghost in the Shell when I was super young, and like, I don't remember how young. I just remembered I was, like in elementary school when I saw Ghost in the Shell. And yep, here we are. Here we are. Oh shit! Hey, thanks for the 2 gifted subs, Flyer, Sidus Luck, and Wiremouse. Hope you two enjoy your gift subs. We're going to get more emotes. I think it might like take some time tomorrow to power through a lot of stuff and make sure our emotes are filled out. I saw the first part of Cowboy Beep Boop, and when I was like 9, nice. So we are going to... Also, by the way, if for any of you in like Reb's community and such, if any of you see Weeb, yell at Weeb for me, please. Because they dropped a dono when I was off fucking stream. And I'm screaming. Because I was talking about buying the Signalis finals, and I was like, I'm too utilitarian for Throne, and I am really weird about people buying me things, and we dropped a bunch of fucking bits in here, and I only noticed today, and I'm screaming. It ended with Booby Man, yeah. Cowboy Beep Boop was actually like the like least of the big like 90s animes that I watched the least of, I think. The ones I was really into was Outlaw Star and Trigun. And, you know, of course, Dragon Ball. Like, so much Dragon Ball. Which, yeah, I don't know. Maybe watching Trigun and Ghost in the Shell as a young child altered my brain chemistry a bit. I got the email that the Signalis vinyls are back in stock, but my fucking phone doesn't actually notify for emails, so I got it an hour late because I happened to check my email randomly. Oof. Yeah, I'll just have to wait for my like actual Twitch payout before buying anything with it. Twitch payouts are weird. Yeah. It sure is just like, you have to have a specific amount, and if you don't, get fucked. I guess they're doing another run of them. Yeah, that's well probably. Ads! We're not gonna break. We're gonna keep going. But if you... Well, people in ads can't hear me right now, so, I guess they shall take a break on their own, if needed. It was already sold out, yeah. They're so good. This is Haku from Naruto and Joshua from Fire Emblem, and presented me with many things to reconcile. God, yeah. For me, it's just like, robots are neat, eh? I'm sure there's nothing else going on here. I got mine, but I still don't have a player for it. Nice. Well, I hope you could get a player soon. I really want to see how those, see like how some of the stuff plays on vinyl. The incredible way I dropped Naruto only after Zabuza slash Hako and then went, I am cishet for a while more. Yeah, we've all been there. Yeah, it happens. I like, for me, my big thing was, it was just like, so for one, because of like, my situation, not getting too into it, is just like, well, I couldn't because of work. And then like the other part of it was, I was just like, you know, well, I can just keep managing and just like, you know, live like a double life, just being like this one half, and then like, you know, just presenting as this way for ages. And it's just like, no, that's a terrible way to live. Don't live like that. Don't do it. Get with the smiles. No. But I would not recommend like living that life. I would have like transitioned so much earlier if my situation was like just slightly different. And even if no, fire with the smiles, no. The smiles of understanding. I did still notice new things that Joshua Fire did to my taste in characters. Yeah, Lynn Fire Emblem was the one who forever had a grip on me. Just horny grip. Just to see thigh. Yeah, ain't that just a mood? Yeah, I also, I'm waiting for the approval, but I did put the hearts, the pride hearts, as animated emotes. They're still, oh wait. Yeah, you can have, I should have renamed this to Trains Arrive. Yeah, so we did this for the trans heart and the lesbian heart. Which I'm gonna go back and retouch those up, so we'll re-upload those at some point. Cause this is like when I first started making stuff for stream, and a lot of stuff had changed since then. And especially just like they don't have as good as like a contrast compared to like the actually like, so I'm gonna have to essentially take this color palette from, you know, our actually emo, and then apply it to like some of these other ones. I don't know how much I'm gonna like touch them up and like clean them up and modernize them. I think I want to, because they are just like a little simple as they are right now. But we'll see. It's just on the list of things to do, and I'm like trying not to worry too much about getting a lot of stuff done right now, because it's just like week stressful. Week too stressful. I need the week to not be as stressful, please. Yep. One day I'll actually make it, so this doesn't appear on stream. But yeah, the Unicorn Overlord OST is already like uploaded, and it's very good. I am just like, God. I am, you know, as many of you know, I am a huge fan of like the Ogre Saga. It's like one of my favorite video game series of all time. And seeing Vanillaware actually like now go and take that genre and make a new game in it and do like their own art style in it is just mwah, chef's kiss. The art is amazing. I really love the art that they did for it. It makes me, it gives me so many brain vibes that makes me want to really improve my work. I've heard very good things about it, Pori. I've heard that it's definitely worth it. Like, it might have some issues, but also it's just like I yearn for the Final Fantasy Tactics. It's a little different than Tactics. Yeah, different, but still. Yeah, definitely same. Because this is more of the auto battler style, with like more focus on like the big, like strategic map overall. But also, there are apparently just a lot of lesbians in it as well. There was one screenshot I was shown where it was just, sorry, Sir Knight, but you know, this girl already fulfills all of my needs. And I feel like there's only one way to read that. Every tactical game guy who's not realized he's not in the historical French Revolution. Yeah. So like the Tactics Ogre was, I don't know if they were pulling from any specific inspiration for the Ogre Battle series, but for the Tactics Ogre series, at least the first one was inspired by the breakup of Yugoslavia and just everything that happened with that. And so yeah. There's that's what that's based off of, and explains a lot about the game if you know about it. The what? Yeah, the Tactics Ogre was inspired by the Yugoslav wars. So when like Yugoslavia collapsed in the 90s, it led to a lot of like infighting and ethnic violence. It's also where the UN just kind of became a giant meme because they didn't really do anything at all. And by not do anything, I mean they had like even specific safe points to where Bosniaks were supposed to be able to flee, and I can't remember if it was Bosniaks or Serbs, but I think it was the Bosniaks. Don't quote me, I might be wrong. But essentially they had like specific sections where refugees could flee that they were supposed to be safe zones, and then people just came in and massacred them anyways, and the UN didn't do anything about it. And it's like, oopsies. So that's a bummer of a topic, but it's yeah, it's essentially the breakup of a very large nation with a bunch of different peoples about it, and like varying fights for independence and like social and ethnic violence. And so that's what inspired Tactics Ogre. And so, like, you know, when you play Tactics Ogre and it's just like, you know, war crime simulator, it's like, yeah, this makes sense when you really look into it from that point. That's a wild thing to inspire by. I mean, I don't know if I'd say wild. It's a specific thing to be inspired by, really. It was definitely like more of a thing that was going on at the time when it was being developed, so it'd be very fresh in people's minds. Yeah, I remember Ogre Battle on like the Wii Virtual Console. Oh no. Oh, I played Ogre Battle on the N64. Oh, pain. Oh no, no, it's too late. I am perceiving time. I was replaying Gears of War 5 campaign, and low-key that game goes hard as hell. Yeah, I didn't get into games so later in life, so actually. Yeah, so like the thing with you will see the tears of time. No, not maybe you will, but I'm different. Yeah, so like Gears like has a lot of like, you know, despite being like such a big oorah, I love being a Marine, like gameplay and like aesthetic. It has like a lot of like war bad vibes. The Jacob Geller video, I think, was the one on the orbital lasers, and that was fascinating on it because like because like I think there's a part in like Gears where you have like the orbital laser and you use it to like clear out something, and then it just like goes straight into like a civilian bus or something afterwards. Reminds me of Star Trek Undiscovered Country being heavily inspired by Chernobyl. I don't which is that? Interesting. I don't think I've seen this actually. Oh yeah, that laser is in the opening of the game too. Yeah. There's a moment where you visit an outpost as a member of the coalition, and little kids would pass shouting, "The fascists are here!" Yeah. Based kid. Yeah, I really like the there's like so much interesting stuff about Gears of War, but it's like such a oh man, it's just like constantly at odds like with its gameplay style and like at least like character aesthetic. But I really loved Tactics. I thought Gears Tactics was really good. And like it wasn't the most like tactically in-depth game, of course, but I thought it was a really interesting take on like, you know, turn-based combat because it is taking a series known for its like aggression and action. And back in my day, we called that ludonarrative disco. Yeah. No, we're not doing a video essay here. We can't get on the ludonarrative disco biscuits. I want to get back to this. Damn it, Amy, you caught me in the act of getting ready for disco biscuits. Disco Santiago. Yeah, we love a good ludonarrative disco biscuit. Look, it's not the 2010s anymore. We can't talk about ludonarrative disco biscuits. Disco Elysium. Yeah. But yeah, it compared to like a lot of other like because you know Gears Tactics is very like XCOM coded. It's very XCOM coded, and the way it is kind of set up. But unlike you know XCOM, which has you very scared of like losing people because of how XCOM plays, Gears Tactics encourages you to play like as aggressive as you can. And it's, I think, a really nice change because it's like, you know, it's not super tactically like in depth, but I think that makes the game a bit more approachable to people who aren't like big tactics nerds, but also makes speeds up the game a lot because like you're kind of encouraged to like always be pushing like the enemy and like getting close and use your, you know, chainsaw bayonets and everything. Should really check out Tactics. Yeah, I would recommend it. I didn't finish it. I got like really close, and then I was playing it on Game Pass, and I just like stopped having Game Pass and never got back to it. You know, the story's okay. I think they show a pretty good like variation of environments as well, and it's not just kind of like everything that's just like super gray and like depressed or whatever. Odin, no. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. I think it's pretty good. But it's, yeah, like really surprising at like a lot of the messaging Gears has like compared to its you know, gameplay. Inside, how it is cheer up my lands, let your hearts never fail. While the bonny ship my diamond goes a hunting for the whale. Yeah, I'm really trying to work on like changing up my line weight. And specifically, I really want to work on getting thinner lines. I like some kind of thicker lines here and there, but I don't want it to be my default. If that makes sense. But yeah, we'll just have to see when getting like rebuilding some of our stream stuff. I think I'm just gonna take some time after stream and like try to think about the order of operations of what we need to get done. And then we'll work on that tomorrow. I think I'm like just gonna be doing art tomorrow. I always get like, you know, the scary future of me turning into Drawfee Julia, because I am very like her, where Julia will work for like a very long and extended period of time on art just because. And I am like very similar in that aspect. I've had days where I've worked for like 12 hours on a piece just in like the day. Like not constantly, like I'll be taking breaks, but it's just like, yeah, I can, when I really want to do art, I do a lot of art. Oh, Dan. I mostly just want to get away from having to like erase so much. Because I spend a lot of time erasing for line art. So I want to get like a good line weight and then not have to spend so much time erasing, because that's just a lot of time. Ooh, Dreadnoughts reminded me. I love the Dreadnoughts so much. It's such a good band. No, have you heard of Cole McGinnis? Maybe? Oh, yeah. Colm R. McGinnis. I haven't checked out his channel yet, but yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to pen that. Unpin this message. If you mean Colm R. McGinnis, then yeah, I have. But I haven't. Irish Singer Man, he's got a stunning vocal range. Yeah. He's appeared on for like I think Richard AB's stuff shanties, which we've listened to on the channel. So that's where I know him from. I know him from like his collabs, but I haven't checked out his stuff yet. Odin, baby, Odin's calm. Okay. That's what Google gave me when I looked. Pupper is throwing a fit. God, gotta clean out his ears too. You know, floppy ears, really cute, but also they get so much dirt trapped in them, and it is a pain. Yeah. Wanna say hi to chat? No? What a big baby. He's such a big baby. He is, you know, his head goes above my armrest on my chair. He's the biggest baby. Yeah. What? Okay, I think I need to let him out, chat. So we're gonna BRB really quick. I know we usually try to do it during ad breaks, but we still have like another 30 minutes till ads. And last time I tried running a 1 minute ad break, that didn't count. So we're not gonna do that. So we're just gonna BRB very quick. Okay, I'm back. Blow the men down. I thankfully remembered I have a really cool BRB screen. I really like how that BRB screen turned out. I want to like touch it up a bit, but it's really neat. And then it's just very funny how I also just have on there as I forgot I put it on there, but it's my, you know, boobs in face Calibri. Calibri spats are boobs in face, which was one of my most popular pieces. So I'm like, you know what, we might as well put it on there. This is a boob friendly stream. Hey, roll the man down.
Delicious
So we'll
egg.
keep going as we are for like another hour or so. And then, oh hey, delicious egg. I was just about to talk. Mention food. You know, I've got some food that I'm gonna like put in the oven, in like an hour. So we'll take like a bit of a longer break then. Down, way, blow the man down. So I realize my VODs are going to be very scuffed because I like to sing along to my music, but my VODs don't have music. So it's just going to be my voice. Hey, blow the man down. So I think it'll just be very funny. Down, way, hey, blow the man down. Oh, also, since I've just been like so busy, I haven't been able to catch up on my dungeon meshy chapters too much. Got to some really spicy chapters. And then had to like take a break. Also, her ear should be like here, not over here. I mean, she has a large ear, but just finished Dungeon Meshi this morning. Yo, congrats. I know a few people are watching the anime or haven't read it in chat, so don't try to spoil too many things, but it's very good. I know I'm getting close to the end. I think I'm in like chapter 60 something. I got to the section with the rabbits and the very large curry plate. If that makes sense. with the very unfortunate follow-up scene. Oh, that scene hurts. Oh, yeah, yeah. Look, but, yeah, it's very funny because, entirely unfortunate scenes. Yeah, yeah. Incredibly unfortunate. I still can't get over the dungeon rabbit scene, though. That was just, like... God damn it. Just the juxtaposition of a literal fucking... Yeah. Versus what happens had me screaming. And then everything that, yeah, followed up after that. Very rough. But very good. I love that kind of level of emotional drama. Also, I should... Yeah, we're gonna... hang on. Let me go because I want to see something really quick. Yeah, Air 4, that's it. Okay. I don't know if, because the brush that I'm using is from AR4 Akaru C. Those of you in the Signalis fandom probably recognize their name. Doggo is okay. If any of you want to check out her account, you can check her out there. That's the AR4 G pen and the near brush is what we've been using are theirs. And their art is really cool, and you should check it out. Oh, update on previous sentiment on Irish and not recognizing who the British is right now. My uncle did not like that wording too much. Oh. Whoa. The stallion bids farewell. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't encountered a lot of Irish Americans, but yeah, here there's a lot of drama sometimes. Yeah, pretty little things, but most of them in Ukraine, well, those made of steel and leather when my heart's abide forever. Hey, 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 so go away on my shake, don't you so down where swollen, swollen, let's go. Let's go, hey, 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 so go away, oh, yeah, she go, yes, so down where swollen, let's go. Oh, this song so much. It's so good. The Dreadnoughts just bring such a good energy to a lot of these like kind of classic like folk songs or shanties and everything that I just really enjoy. From my fair girl in Ukraine, though I came back, so sweet forever, I can't stay her sleep. Also, they pronounce, you know, like Ukraine and Ukrainian correctly. It's like, yay, you did the work. That's one of my biggest like pet peeves in a lot of mostly YouTube things, I think. You know, it's really hard. I think it's a little different for streamers, but there's a lot of like, you know, as once again, is the British a title or something? The British. Yes, Gold, you're part of the British. it's an allegory. But there's just like a lot of people who will, have their main career being like talking about historical things, TM, and they won't put any effort into actually learning like the pronunciation and like of like some of this stuff. And it's, for me, incredibly frustrating. And like I get it's like hard to like learn proper pronunciation in like different languages, but if I think it's like, if you are talking about something that's like specifically German for a significant a part of your channel, I don't know, maybe you should learn the proper German pronunciation. Real Time History, their channel, who is really good about this. I mean, they are like European for one, so and like are in I think a couple different countries. I think like Jesse Alexander is actually don't remember. Shout out to Hayao Miyazaki. No, showing Oscars both of events. Nice. That's amazing. But yeah, like Real Time History does a really good job with actually learning like proper pronunciations for like the things they're talking about. And it's just like it's just very hard for me to like take somebody seriously when they're trying to talk as like a subject matter expert in a subject, but they can't be bothered to learn how the thing is actually said. This is my pet peeve rant at Amy from Amy. That's very funny though that I didn't realize he was winning Oscars and then just not showing up. That's just amazing. Because fuck the Oscars. Actually, oh my god, that's what we should have as another video routine. Fuck the Oscars. Staying consistent for 20 years. Hell yeah. Like he maybe yeah. It's been so long since I've seen. I need to see like some of his newer works. I say his, but it's, the whole studio, obviously. It's a long road, you chariot along, and we'll all hang on behind. God, I love animation so much. It's something animation is something I need to work on so much. I keep saying I will, but just never do. But it is easily one of my favorite like art mediums. It's just incredible what a lot of people can do with simply using the Mark I human eyeball to create an illusion of movement. Unfortunately, now companies are realizing that the meta is if you make a good game adaptation, people will play your game. It was crazy to say, but Spider-Verse deserved it though. Spider-Verse, I didn't see the second one. I kind of just don't care about superhero stuff. But it's like really hard for me to get engaged with anything like that. But I did see the first one and just fucking top tier work. That's like just amazing. It's like I've really loved seeing what studios can do with like modern animation techniques. And I'm not someone who just automatically hates like 3D animation, but I think a lot of times it's just underused. So like but when you do stuff like Arcane or like Spider-Verse and actually use it to really show, or what Oda King does. Probably not the folks in charge of it, but the artist deserved it. Yeah, definitely. But like Paul Odeking, they're resting on their laurels way too hard. Yeah. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with Odeking. No, King. We need that G. But Odeking animation. So what he does is essentially he's doing like old 90s style animation. It's nice to see 3D used in a different way. Yes, instead of the same soft round models. Yes, exactly. So, please innovate just a little bit, $1 billion studios. Nah, they won't. So, like, Odeking is, what most people know him from is from, like, his Star Wars, TIE Fighter animation, which is great. Fucking top tier work. That took him so long to make, too. Because of how he was just, like, doing this on his weekends. But he actually... Yes. I don't know if he's using Blender, but yeah, he's using, like, 3D models to make, like, a traditional 90s animation, which is so cool. And that's, like, really impressive, using, like... And that's what I think, you know, more studios should be using to, like, use, like, the medium of 3D animation to do, like, just more. Because, like, you can use it to do, like, a lot of shortcuts and make, like, certain things easier. There's, like, a whole tutorial Odeking does on, like, animating a ship. And it's just, like, yeah, it cuts down on a lot of work. Oh my god. No, don't... Chat, don't look at me. Chat, don't look at me. Don't judge me, chat. Don't judge me. No, like some guy was using 3D to replicate physical effects using... Oh, interesting. I don't know if that's the same person, but that sounds cool. Odeking's thing is he's mostly recreating... He's recreating, like, 90s style using 3D as, like, a base. If I don't believe in me... Chat, we were going through a lot of emotions last night. And, yeah, we went through a lot of music. Like that hard shine they do to have it, having a transparency. Oh, interesting. It's a Mary Jane that's keeping me insane. And someone else's cocaine. And there's nothing wrong with me. And the Disney Parallax thing. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That might be a different person. But animation is amazing. And it's like bullshit that the industry is as bad as it is. Because animators deserve so much better. Because they make the coolest shit. And I think it's really funny because this was like one thing I talked to, stabilization. We need to turn that way down. Because this is like what I talked to, some people in my uni, like a bit about. Because they would think glass blowing is the coolest thing ever. But I'm just like, no. No, animation's way cooler than what I do. Like, glass blowing is very showy, and, like, a lot of, like, actual glass blowing doesn't look kind of like what you see usually, because, like, it's kind of like you have performative glass art, and then you have, like, the actual glass art. And so, like, people have, like, in their back pocket, essentially, a list of, like, tricks and things that they'll do for when they're working in front of an audience. Which isn't bad. Oh, is the kitten burst guy. That is a comment? I might have questions, but I really guess. Say all the debts. I see the cards solid. Okay, so I know you sent this to me to like show off his like artistic skill and yeah. No, I have seen this, recreating 2D classic effects by simulating them in 3D. Yeah, that's a video that I think I clicked on and left it open in a tab and never looked back to. But anyways, back to my original comment. The I looked over to the videos, and the first one is I turned all the textures in Elden Ring into candy. Classic. But yeah, I want to check out that texture video for obvious reasons. You know, Green Day updated American Idiot in like one of their more recent performances to say like MAGA idiot instead. And then like people were in an uproar about it, and it's like, did you listen to the song beforehand? Most of his stuff is really interesting bits of what goes into game development. Oh, I should definitely check that out then. When I make believe, and don't play with me, when I make believe, don't believe and I don't care. Media literacy is not their strong suit. Yeah, fascists will never think the satire's about them. Yeah. So like, oh my god, no, that wasn't just a guy. That was like... Was that DeSantis? It might have been DeSantis. It was one of those cock goblin Republican fuckwads who is just like, I love Rage Against the Machine. And then, you know, someone from the band originally was just like, you're the machine we're raging against. But yeah, there is like, I don't know. I would like to write a small paper on like fascist media literacy and like quote unquote degenerate art. Because like the one that yeah, yeah. Right. I think so. It's been a while since I heard the story, though. But like, the thing is that it's not just like right-wing media literacy is really complicated, and it's not just as simple as like herder fascist dumb, as like a lot of people want to just kind of write it off as, I think. But it's a lot of just like, because fascism is about creating a specific type of image, and using that and creating that specific image actually utilizes a lot of like anti-war works. In Germany, they actually used, for instance, Kathy Kolowitz's work as pro-war art and like pro-war propaganda when Kathy Kollwitz was making anti-war art. She was one of the artists who were put in the degenerate art exhibit because you know, her one of her kids died in World War I, and then one of her grandchildren died in World War II. And so she's like, and also she was like a communist, if I remember right. So like they're literally taking like an anti-war communist work and reutilizing it to actually make propaganda. So it's just like a lot of the ways they are, you know, creating like the fascist ideal image is even using is kind of rebranding almost a lot of that anti-war aesthetic. I don't want to say aesthetic. That's not the right word. Not that like kind of anti-war message and rebranding that anti-war message into usually like a, you know, patriotic noble sacrifice kind of message. Fascists convince themselves they're anti-establishment while trying to deny that and fight part of the establishment. Yes, this is also true. Because they're not a part of the corrupt and broken establishment. They are a part of the, you know, force that will fix the establishment. They're the common sense. They're the group of common sense. Which, if you've, you know, for those of you know, one of the Bungie composers from back in the day, Marty McDonald, or whatever his fucking name is, I always get it wrong, is running for Congress. And it's mildly stressful because it's just like, yeah, oh my god is right. Because like they're very much like organizing. I was so sad to see that. Yeah. Marty's been shit for a while, but like, it's just like Jesus Christ. A lot of like his comments and like his reasonings for, well, wow, he's such a dirtbag. Yeah. And so like a lot of his like comments and like what he's campaigning for are just like common sense and restoring unity and, you know, things that wouldn't be out of place in Helldivers 2. And like that's kind of how they make themselves as anti-establishment. It's just like, you know, the establishment is bad and we're here to fix it. Yeah, if you're a fascist, you're going to have a very different headspace and view of things. And since interpreting things is subjective, it's obviously, yeah. Common sense is such an amusing concept, yeah. But it's like, it's just really depressing to see. You're right, Marty. The establishment is bad, but also get fucked. Explaining to centrists that their opinion is essentially acceptable levels of tyranny between two levels. Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we can, as Americans, essentially vote for violence or more violence. And there isn't really any in between. And I don't know how to fix that. But it's a struggle. I mean, we need to just German Revolution everything. That'll work, right? Which I think the German Revolution really needs more. You know, I think first off, if you are like a leftist, I think you really need to really read about the German Revolution. And we need to play more Command and Conquer as a society. This is also true. But if you're a leftist, you should probably check out and like read about the history of the German Revolution, because the German Revolution, a lot of people just kind of get the takeaway of it's just like, oh yeah, they just kicked out the Kaiser. But it wasn't they just kicked out the Kaiser. Violence and violence, but us white people feel like we are trying, yeah. But it wasn't just that they kicked out the Kaiser, they kicked out all of the German nobility. So like, because the German Empire was not like a fully federalized state, like it was, you know, everything was under the Kaiser, but it was still had a lot of different kind of like states under it as well. Like a lot of, because like Prussia and like a few other states kind of like merged to kind of become like the German Empire. And a lot of those like duchies and states like still kind of kept their nobility. So you had dynasties that were around for hundreds, if not over 1,000 years at that point, that were just deleted overnight through social revolution. And it's, I think, even more important, I think, especially important to really understand, like, what happened to the Weimar Republic and why. Because it's, a lot of people just kind of point to, like, oh, lol, hyperinflation. And this is a part of, ties back to All Quiet on the Western Front, and why I'm not a big fan of I wasn't a big fan of the new adaptation of All Quiet on the Western Front. I thought it was okay, but I think it would be better as an original work. But I think it kind of missed the point of, like, how the resentment towards the, like, German civilian population kind of started. Your ad is about to start. We could sneeze that for 5 minutes. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not fascists are dumb. The problem is they're smart and know how to manipulate the narrative. Yeah, the whole you're just bad as them if you punch a Nazis. Nazi propaganda, baby. Oh my god. Fucking hate that so much. Give me that army ad. I'm so ready. No, I snoozed it. We'll get it in a few minutes. But like, yeah, like fascists aren't as stupid as people think. And like, there's definitely like that kind of, I'm better than you because of social things, XYZ. Going into a more serious topic, it's where like, because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and how poorly a lot of that's gone, and a lot of people have kind of written off like the Russian military as a joke, and that only kind of plays into Russia's strength as you don't have to support Ukraine if the Russian army is already beaten, and the army is just a comical joke, and it's really horrifying. They know how to farm social capital. Yeah, they got their but like, it's really horrifying, like the kind of tactics and strategies they use, and it's just like, it's not a joke. It's an actual threat to a lot of people's livelihoods. The neuroscience stuff about how effectively you kill critical thinking on your way to getting a kid to understand the Bible. Oh my god. Oh. That sounds stressy. Oh, cool. Like, that is used as a tool. Yeah. And, like, that's the other thing, is I think a lot of people want to debate, like, Catholics or Christians, what have you, on, like, biblical stuff that they try, because the right tries to use that as to to fuel, like, their campaigns for whatever they're campaigning against. And in reality, we should just be like, no, we have a separation of church and state, as per the Constitution, and the Bible should be completely irrelevant. It does not matter what it says. You just need to learn to be able to say no and not debate them on the Bible. Also, chat, Protoman, so good. You can make a person view a group as lesser, it becomes, yeah. Then more groups are, yeah. It's very stressful being, like, in the right's crosshairs and living in a very red state. I got the tab muted because I got to go live myself, but wait. Okay, I'm gonna... Hold on. Shut out. Magi. By Trains. Amy, I need to get you to listen to Toe Hider. Okay. I see. Also, we're gonna have ads in about 2.5 minutes, and we're gonna use that time, I think, to do our longer break. Well, actually, okay, we'll snooze the ads. So we'll snooze the ads for now, and then when the ads hit, we'll hit our longer break. Australian prog rock with a ridiculous spectrum of styles. Interesting. I'll check them out. I have the tab up. I cannot promise I won't get distracted, but... Excuse me. Also, chat, I was thinking about putting on a... You know, they're currently doing 12 EPs in 12 months. Oh, no. That seems like a lot. Thinking about some stuff. Because I would like to share, I think, some of the lore and stuff for some of these settings that I'm working in. This is all in the wrong layer. One is called Toad Hire. Nice. What a lad. Odin. Odin, no. Papo, please. Please share the lore directly into my mind. There's so much lore. I blew up. So first off, I blew up my fantasy planet recently. So that's actually the character we're working on now. Is from the fantasy setting, which is kind of like a diesel punk and like kind of magic puck setting. I hate calling it that because it's, you know, a lot of things just kind of use punk as like a descriptor rather than like this is actually this. But like a lot of the writing for this setting is like fantasy, all quiet on the Western Front, but Yuri. So yeah, I think it falls into that category, say the least. Punk as core, yeah. So, anyways, I've had a lot of, like, trouble kind of... Because this setting I've been, you know, worked on and off for ages. And I kind of just got tired of how it was. So I decided to just blow it up. So it's no longer, like, a planet, but actually multiple planets that are kind of crushed together in space and time. And aesthetically, it kind of comes off as like for those familiar with Destiny, it's a bit like, this reminds me of Coheed and Cambria. I am not familiar. America, another prog rock band. Yeah, this is the Proto Man, which is a band about Mega Man, basically. Um, so so essentially we're kind of, I'm working on like remaking some of like a lot of the world aesthetics and everything, but it's more kind of like if you combine like some of the Dreaming City concept art with like the Tangled Shore and from Destiny 2, and you essentially have just like a New York band with a giant underlying story about in several comic books. Nice. That sounds really cool. That sounds right up my alley, actually. So yeah, so we've obliterated the fantasy world to where it is now a several kind of chunks of worlds that are loosely kind of tied together. Kind of working on the new aesthetic now, but I think that is much more fun and much more in line with kind of how things are. Yeah. Ooh, I've got that vague idea about a setting. Got this vague idea about a setting that I've set down for one. Ooh, yeah. Nice. Oh my god. Wrong. I have. Also, I love that that horse guy is just part of the scenery now. Yeah. He's just there. Did you beat it, Fram? What's your consensus? Because I remember you picked it up, right? Okay. I think I understand where we're going wrong. But like also one game I'm thinking about seeing if we can stream, because it's kind of I haven't picked it up yet, waiting on some. Oh, I thought you picked it up when it released. But I did hear it was a lot of fun. Mark my words, it will beat that game, yeah. But yeah, like one game I'm thinking about maybe streaming. And actually, we might have to come back to this because ads are starting soon. And that means I will need to also put my food in the oven. But yeah, I heard it's a lot of fun, and it's like literally that just if they took like the parts people complained about the Zelda CDI game and changed like nothing else, which I think is just fascinating. Okay, chat. So we are going to BRB really quick. Owen's already getting up. Owen's starting to recognize BRB. Wand of Gamelon ahead of his time. So we're gonna BRB. This is gonna be a bit of a longer BRB. As I just like get some food ready and stuff. And then we'll just have more of this. So see y'all in hopefully 15 minutes or so. 15-20 minutes. Okay, so 7:35 is what we're aiming for. I realize I didn't mute my mic. Hi, I'm good at streaming. You know, okay. I gotta bounce. Thank you for your stream. Have a good one, chat. Well, if you're still around, Splasha, thanks for stopping by. I always, of course, really appreciate everyone who comes by. And I hope you have a good night. Okay, it's okay. Wait, Nelly. Yeah, see, I'm not like the other streamers. They forget to unmute. I just forget to mute. I didn't hear much of anything from your mic at least. Well, I only walked away and put some food in the oven and let my dog outside. So, yeah. Hope you all had a good break. If you needed to take a good piss or get a food or a snack and step away from the PC, etc. Yeah, it was quiet. Interesting. Thank you, Noisegate. Okay, point. Okay, magic as a sort of radiation unevenly spread throughout the world, and exposure turns its sort of flesh into special metal, the metal being considered hardened / works of... Oh! I'm waving my arms around because, you know, as someone who used to be a metalsmith, like, the idea of, like, the metal being a, like, work-hardened surface and, like, the flesh being annealed is, like, so fascinating to me. I love that. And it's, like, flesh considered to be soft and warped from the Forge Master's design. Anyways, yeah, that sounds really cool. Because, like, metal is such a cool material. No shit talking of chat or anything. I would never. You know, I'll do a little bit, a teensy tiny bit of gossip, but I try not to shit talk people too hard, especially as, like, a creator myself. Unless it's, like, a corporation. We'll shit talk corporations all day, or, like, really shitty people. Well, that's fine. But, like, I don't want to shit talk people too much. And was checking out the shaders on the new graffiti GL from Nightfall. It shades pretty well. Nice. I didn't. Is that from this season, or is that for the event? Because I haven't checked out Guardian games. I'm like, I kind of want to because there's a hoverboard, but also I have, like, zero desire to play Destiny. It's very complicated. I'm like, I, like, kind of want to check out Destiny again, but also I don't at all. Because, like, part of it is I think I'm just really, really done with Destiny. Which is really unfortunate to say, because you know, that was such a huge game for me, and I know a lot of people from there. It's all vague vibes right now, but it's somehow inspired by my 2000% lifespan. Yeah. I don't know. It's the piece of media that I engage a lot with, and I always really loved, like, a lot of the aesthetics and, like, narrative with Destiny. And I think that's kind of part of why I've been frustrated. Or, I think with games, they added 2 new Nightfall weapons and changing the prophecy weapons. The AR, Wait, the other AR? Wait, hold on. Can you get the like, the precision AR now from Prophecy? Because, whoa. From WoW War, yeah. I always loved the, like, Dark Iron Dwarves, I think it was. The you know, the ones that look like they're part of an evil empire because they're glowing, like, orange. I always thought they were really cool. Something the creator does not do veneration, and those that took away from perfection. Silver are unjust reviled. Ooh, but Silver... Oh Oh my god, prosecutor's precision. Ooh, I might have to boot up Destiny. Chat, don't judge me. I might have to boot up Destiny. You know, actually, silver is like only 98%. Actually, it is really fascinating. Because you have like sterling silver and then you have like argentum silver. And they have like different purities and everything and have different kind of functions. I have a lot of argentum silver because it was way cheaper. I just never did anything with it. So I have a bunch of like silver wire laying around. Lost the warden. You know, I've been too indifferent from now the rise. I am realizing this is maybe about self-determination and trans allegory to happen. Trans allegories are good. We love a trans allegory. Which a lot of my characters are usually either some form of like trans or like non-binary. Even if they are like very femme, a lot of times they're like characters and how they are like written is actually like they're non-binary. They just kind of femme. which is like kind of my own experience a lot because there are times where it's like for the most part I'm just very kind of femme binary person, but then there's sometimes where I kind of feel like gender sludge. And I know that kind of forms more into like a gender fluid. But I don't know if that's even the we need more non-binary boob representation. Look, my biggest gripe is non-binary characters that are just like either covered in like so much clothing you can't really understand anything about their form or like or they're just a robot. Or gender sludge is my favorite music genre. It was nice for a while. And I think yeah, that was kind of nice for a while, but it's when it's just like that's just it's so overdone. And I know Drawfee peeps, Jacob and Julia don't want their like identities and sexualities being like discussed by people, but Jacob Drawfee kind of being into like, I'm still like pretty masculine, but I don't feel like I fall into like a specific binary is just like very valid. And I think that's like an experience that is like kind of similar to mine, but in like the opposite direction. Because I'm just like, I'm very femme, but sometimes I'm not femme. Or I don't like feel femme, but I still will like dress that way. Like the way I dress doesn't really dictate my gender. And that's, I think, been one of my incredibly like, frustrating experience with non-binary characters and their depictions. And it is something that kind of comes up with my anxiety a little bit of like making these characters and someone on the internet being like, oh, this character has like boobs and makeup, she can't be non-binary or whatever. You perceive me as gender because of my form, perceive me instead as a threat. Perceive me as a threat rapidly approaching your location. And it's just, oh my god, like for those who watch She-Ra, it's just like I remember people got so upset Wait, Arkin, why are you raiding me? You just went live. What are you doing? Thank you for the raid, but also Orbin stream had to end early for super personal stuff. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything's okay. And I'm sorry to hear that. I hope I don't come off as aggro. I am just... Oh, I can't give you another shout out because I have to wait another 24 minutes. But go follow Arkin. Do it, chat. This is an order. I think pretty much all the non-binary characters or people I've seen have been like mask AFAB. Yeah. And like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just like, I want different. And like, I think it's okay if but oh yeah, going back to my original point is that I'm sure tired of the AMAP region. Yeah. But like people threw a fit with you can't see it, but I'm doing crab pincers. Scorpia? Is that her name? Oh my god. Yeah, Scorpia. But people were really fucking weird about like Scorpia Shira because there was a no worries as Ray said and then Ray like 30 minutes later. No, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate the raid no matter how many viewers there are and how many times. It was just a little surprising. But it's like people on the internet, because people on the internet are dumb, got very upset at like Scorpia Shira because, you know, Scorpia Shira in the I don't know if she's in the original, but in the new version she's like very butch. And then like for Princess Prom, she's in like a dress and makeup and like kind of femme, and it's like, you can be butch and wear a dress. It's okay. I promise you. It's fine. In fact, there are a lot of lesbians who will die if you just like are butch and wear a dress. They won't be able to contain themselves. I promise you. But like a lot of people had seemed to have gotten mad about that because it was like too femme or something, and it was very dumb. Characters containing multitudes perish the thought. Yeah, exactly. Perish the thought. Which I really love that. Seeing like a character who could do like more than one look and like a cartoon. Holy shit. That's inconceivable. You know, maybe, oh my god. Hold on, we're gonna have to find an edit of inconceivable because I use inconceivable all the time. And I think we can make that another video redeem. we can keep going. We can add more. But yeah, that's like an incredibly frustrating aspect of like internet culture, is just like things have to be this specific thing. And I'm also looking for this reference because there's a... There we go. Challenge. Be normal about queer character difficulty level impossible. Yeah. BRB 1 second. I gotta step away. Thank you for the stretch check. I actually saw it as I was walking away, so I was stretching as I was grabbing my food. We have a spinach and chicken calzone with mozzarella and Asiago and a different kind of cheese I can't remember. I don't have ricotta, so I wasn't using that.
delicious egg.
Egg. Delicious egg. Okay. So we have to... Alright. There is a very specific reference to the style of hair that this girl has. Poor Anaya. Anaya has, which is the character we're carrying on right now. She's gone through so many redesigns, but she's one of my older characters. As an Arrow Ace entity, I think part of why I love Witch Hat Atelier so much is the two main adult folks are very, yes, easy to ship, but also really resonate with them in a very platonic but gay way. Yeah, nice. We love gay platonic relationships. Gay platonic relationships are very good. And like actually one of my exes was Arrow. And like I'm not a hopeless romantic, but I am definitely above a lot of romance. It's just dumb romantic things are fun for me. They do not have to be married to be fathers to 4 weird daughters. Yeah, exactly. I love character relationships like that. Also, you know, as we're talking about queer things, we're gonna, you know, we had some updates this week to, not only did Alcohol and Ogre Girls get an update, but, Daughter of Evil and Miss Devil also got a bunch of updates. They're both very good mangas, and I would recommend them. For those of you who don't know, Alcohol and Ogre Girls, we'll start with that one. It's a like supernatural kind of Yuri manga that focuses on a lonely lesbian bartender, but not like an actual bartender, a bartender at home. She because she just doesn't social well and was just like, I'm going to focus on making drinks and learning drinks, and that way I could surely learn how to interact with people in college, right? And then she just like keeps making drinks for herself. But then she comes across another girl who is secretly an ogre. And this is the like yokai kind of ogre of like Japanese mythology, and they're essentially she's like one of the descendants of them. And essentially they feed off of alcohol, so they have like a, you know, give and take kind of relationship like that at the start. And it's like not only is I think a pretty nice like Hiri story, but also it has a lot of interesting like fantastical stuff going along at the side. Is also where I learned about the tanuki thing in mythology and depictions. And if you know, you know. It's like, oh no, I don't like this. But it's very good. Highly recommend. Yeah, it's extremely specific Japanese folklore. Balls. Yep, pornos. Listen, sometimes you have a ball sack so big you can use it to glide. Don't ask how it works. But the artwork's also very cute, and it's just like really nice. And I'm really a big fan of like a lot of sorry, just bit into a lemon like a freak. a lot of mangas, especially I think now, are really kind of transitioning kind of their age group. Because traditionally a lot of manga has been focused more on younger demographics for a variety of reasons. And I feel like we're kind of getting away from that more and more now. And you just keep seeing more and more stories about like people in college or older, and it's great, and I love it. But the other one, the Daughter of Evil and Miss Devil, is an isekai manga where the two main girls, who are essentially friends, and they get put into another world because they fall into a hole. And they get put into the world of like a really bad, like light novel, a really bad like het light novel, and one of them becomes like the minor like antagonist. She's just like a rich villainess who's just like a cannon fodder antagonist. And she was the one who actually read the book, so she's the one who understands what's going on. And then her friend, quote unquote, like ended up being like reincarnated as a like somebody who is like the demon lord, so is like the actual antagonist. So the entire time she's doing what she can to try and not get like make the plot go bad and everything go wrong. And it's a really good read. If you are into good like idiot couple aesthetics, it's really great. Because they are very stupid in their own unique ways. Once again, showing for Witch Hat, but it's about an all ages manga that is responsive. Yeah, that sounds nice. I really want to check out Witch Hat Atelier, but I haven't had a time. I think I might add it to a list after Dungeon Meshi, because right now I have This Is How You Lose the Time War as my next reading thing. Also, not even being subtle about being about disability. Nice. We'd love to see that. Yes, understandable. Yeah, so I essentially how I'm kind of like functioning with like my reading schedule is I have Dungeon Meshi as my morning read. So it's kind of a reward for if I wake up and I like get ready and everything and do all the like adult things, then I can read some Dungeon Meshi. I read like 5 to 6 chapters of Dungeon Meshi. And then like usually in the evening I'll like check the other sites to see if there have been updates to like the other mangas I read. And then I'll like check those out. I do a lot of reading. And like I started going through Can't Defy Lonely Girl again, which is just like a very cute Yuri manga. But I also really love the art style. Yeah, Slayer. So, I was hoping. Oh, I think the struggle I'm running into with this brush is that I like to do more than one stroke for a line. And I don't think this brush likes that so much. And so I think I'm making things a little messier on my end by just kind of using my old habits. I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Also, calzone is delicious, chat. Like, honestly, just spinach in a calzone is just such top tier. If you need, like, anything that you're just like, I wonder what I should put in a calzone, I would always recommend spinach. At least, like, fresh spinach. God, why are the Proto Men so good? Like, they can't make this good music about Mega Man. It's not legal. Yeah, I think I don't know if I want this to be a bit longer, and if I want our bangs to be a bit longer or not. Whoop. Whoopa. Ugh. We'll have to deal with ads eventually. What is this? Oh. This is a very specific Screaming Females video. Chat, I am forever broken up about Screaming Females break. I am. I can't recover. I know Marissa's still making music, but it's just like, oh man, they're just so good. When I hold your hand. Can't hurt you now. I really gotta. I've been really looking into, or I need to look into, like, definitely making some different meals. So I've kind of gotten stuck in making a lot of the same stuff, which I'm good at making it now because I make it so much, but it's just like, I need some variety.
Oh my god, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? That is one of the most important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
Clip. Oh no. Can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see Ghost in the Shell as well. Ignore the fact that I've seen it a lot. Oh, Leonard. Yeah, Uzbek pilaf is a really interesting dish, and especially with like the way it's cooked, because it's like cooked with like steaming by like essentially making like holes in like the amount of like rice you have, and it usually uses lamb, I think, as its main like protein. I would probably change that because I don't eat like a lot of lamb. I'm not a huge meat eater, regardless. Because I mostly prefer vegetables. Also, I like, I lived next to cows for a while. I lived next to cows for a few years. It's like I don't want to eat my friends. Which one of my friends at uni was just like, "Oh no, Amy, you made a couple friends." No. She's like, cows are cute. Not my fault. But like, yeah, I still eat meat as I'm, eating chicken right now, but it's like definitely not my preferred protein. And like, this is like one of the other reasons why I really just would like to really have freedom again. Once I get like financial stability, so it's not like, I don't have to eat what other people are making anymore. I can just eat whatever the fuck I want. I miss those days, yeah. I used to be when I was like more financially stable, I used to be like basically vegetarian unless I was like at an event. um because like I don't know. I just have it in my brain that I think it's like kind of rude if like somebody's made food and you won't even try it. So it's like even when I was like more vegetarian, I'd still eat like meat or something if that was like something, if I was at like an event and it was something somebody made. Or especially if it was just like something offered. Like, I don't, no shade on anybody who is like vegetarian or vegan or pescatarian to the point where they don't want to eat meat like ever. But just, yeah, for me, it's like, I don't know. I don't want that person's work go to waste. Partner and I are trying to be vegetarian this month, but it's hard. Live with someone that doesn't eat most vegetables. Oof. Yeah, it sounds really difficult. Sorry to hear that. It's I like using Kenji's recipe for like black bean burgers. Like that's kind of that's the usually my go-to for like vegetarian protein when I need something just like pretty simple. I can like that because also it makes a pretty good burger. Excuse me. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, so like how he makes them, there's the link to the video. As a good streamer, I tell you not to watch it now and keep watching my stream. But how essentially he makes his is that he actually dries out like the beans beforehand by like, cooking them at like 300. And he's just using canned beans. I would recommend using canned beans. I've dealt with like, non-canned beans before and it sucks. Just don't bother. Just don't do it. Yeah, maybe I'm the fat guy, America. But yeah, so he essentially like dry them out and use that to essentially make it so they aren't too like mushy and they have like a pretty good texture to them. And can confirm, they're really good. But yeah, sorry to hear that that's so frustrating, Flyer. It's like, I think a lot of people are kind of weird about it. About things where if you mention you're like vegetarian or, vegan or pescatarian or whatever, people are just like, I have to see if I can get anyone on board to try and do it. I promise you, it's delicious. It's not like Impossible Burger, like close to red beef. Like you're very much. I miss eating mushrooms. Oh my god, I love mushrooms so much. Same. Like a good mushroom and like Parmesan risotto. Just. I eat a lot of mushrooms, but like not lately because it's not that they're, expensive. It's just like my budget is extremely limited. And so it's even like, maybe we shouldn't spend it on mushrooms. Oh my god, I did not want to listen to Good Riddance. Actually, we're gonna be very sad. We're gonna be very sad. Yeah, mushrooms are so good. I actually got to see Dropkick live right before this album released. And I lost my engagement ring at the concert. which, yeah, that's unfortunate. But that, that engagement was canceled off before anything went through, so it's okay. Yeah, let's go, my friends. It's time to take a chance and back in town. It's time to get it done. Now then we got nowhere to run. It's been a long time coming. Back and they're looking for trouble. But yeah, this album released like I think a few days before one of my friends passed away, and she was a really big Dropkick Murphys fan. And so it always holds like a really sad place in my heart. It's been a long time coming. A long time coming. But it's an exceptional album. It's one of my favorites. The only album I love more is the one that came out, I think, before it. We're coming for you. And break. Well, we're not gonna break because I still want to work, but we are now full of calzone. But what's your favorite mushroom flyer? You got any? I really love shiitakes, but like if I'm not making like something specifically like Japanese, I usually just go for like a lot of I usually go for like portobellos or like the white button mushrooms. Aesthetically, a turkey tail. Oh my god, wait. Whoa, those are cool. Those are really cool. Oh, those are the ones that... Yeah. One of my old friends used to... Or former friends, I guess. I haven't talked to Rebecca in 1,000 years. But she used to, like, go onto a specific trail in her town. White button or baby bellas. Oh my god, baby bellas and butter and garlic. Mwah, chef's kiss. Good choice. Top tier. That sounds really good. I love answering that question that are not asked. No, Pori. That's excellent. But where we had this trail where I used to live. I can't remember what that one was called. Hang on. Oh, it's Giant City. Giant City was the park. And it was essentially Giant City was like a series of parks that were like these really big like rock formations. And in like the middle of the woods. And it was a really cool place. So you had like a lot of kind of forest trails and then like these really big like rock formations that formed almost kind of like hills and like caves and cliffs. It was really cool. But you know, she used to go there and like pick mushrooms to actually use in cooking because edible ones would grow there. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I found a recipe for a mushroom ragu that uses lion's mane. Fascinating. I'm not familiar with lion's mane. Whoa, that's a really cool mushroom. Dangers of lion's mane. Watch before you take. Oh no. Thank you, YouTube video with the red arrow and somebody making a scare face on it. God, I fucking hate the YouTube meta. I hate the fucking red circle and arrows so much. A track of last night's cigarette that smoldered in its tray. Down a little something and then be on our way. Traveled far and wide, left this head in many ports. I was guided by a compass that saw beauty to the north. There were many lies and there the faces of mountain. Sadness all around me, so I wouldn't be alone. From showing up. You don't like that every video looks like it's a conspiracy theory? Yeah. It's incredibly frustrating. Your name written here in a rose tattoo. A rose tattoo and a rose tattoo. I got your name written here in a rose tattoo. Chat, I actually do have my friend's name written on my arm in a rose tattoo. I need to get it touched up at some point, but I mean, I've been meaning to get it touched up for years, but it's just like, yeah. No money for it. Others are from growing up. Sometimes I was so messed up and then had a clue. Oh my god, yeah, I fucking hate the super overacted facial expressions the most. And like, you know, when you're following like real world events and somebody's making like a PogChamp face at like some very serious like news or like a topic, it's just like, what the fuck? To me, it stands for eternity. This ship that always stays the course. I ain't got more and never. Like, I don't know. Personally, I don't want to see somebody making like a PogChamp face at like even awful people dying. I think that's a little whack. Must be here with me, even if you're gone. Love, a memory will live on. Some maybe from showing up, others are from growing up. Sometimes I was so messed up and didn't have a clue. I'll wear it just for you. I got your name written here in a rose tattoo. And I don't know if they're still doing live shows, but God, Dropkick Murphys Live is such a good show. And like the like venue I saw them at was extremely small. Because I went and saw them at the pageant in St. Louis. And that is a tiny venue. Like, it only fits a few hundred people. And so, like, getting to see Dropkick Murphys there was really cool. And they, of course, put on, like, just such a good show. Kenji, we don't need you. Kiss me on the fire, kiss the finest girl. Oh, see you in the hell. No, I do not want to cut the entire layer, actually. One day, chat, I'll learn how to not fat finger keys. Don't forget to save. Thanks, Flyer.
I love books.
You got it. I too love books for BB. Thank you. So, I think two other ones we're gonna add have to be. I should note this down. I think it has to be the inconceivable clip, and then there's one more. Because one of the references I make so much is just like, things are getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Whenever like two of something appears. And so it's just like, oh man. We could add that. Because things are getting out of hand and now there are two of them. Okay. I'm gonna do a little. top flying his caskets and his horns into the basket. President heads and praise the Lord. Yes, it says the Saga corn, it's 8th class, and lifted up at the Lily Collins Cup. Actually, let me. You haven't drawn like super long elf styled ears in a long time. You look up a Weffawance. I got some up and go. 92 rounds. Chet, I regret to inform you I used to be actually kind of into baseball. You know, I grew up in St. Louis. It's kind of a thing here. If you aren't into baseball, people think you're weird. What? You enjoy the sport? Not really. I used to, years ago. But like, it's just such a huge thing in like St. Louis that it's like kind of hard to escape sometimes. Like, it's very much a sports ball kind of town. Buying tickets to watch intermittent playing of a game. Yeah, right? It's yeah, baseball is not like a sport I would really pay to watch. That time of year, brandy and eggnog, there's plenty of cheer, and lights on the trees, and there's wreaths to be hung. But when you download a baseball one, yeah. Well, that was I think it's just describing what was it? Blasball? Oh my god, what the fuck was it called? Was it called Blasball? Or am I just getting confused with the fighting game? Blazeball. Yeah, Blazeball. It's like fantasy football, but like baseball with ridiculous like baseball teams. Oh, I like that. Back attack more than oh. Thank you, Dropkick Murphys, for putting the most accurate. Just being able to say the last time my home team won and the Ottoman Empire was around. That's amazing. Oh my god. Yeah, the last time my team won a World Series, the Ottoman Empire was still a thing. That's so funny. Holy shit. And wow, at first I was like, America didn't exist when the Ottomans were, but I guess it did. Yeah, it most certainly did, Goldfish. Can't believe Cubs killed the bit. Holy shit, did the Cubs win? No. No, that's not possible. Wait. Oh, 2016? Damn. A few years back, they saw this. Ah, yeah. Looks like, at a glance, it looks like 2016 and then 2019. Can't believe they killed a bit. Yeah, there's like a big rivalry with, supposedly with, the Cardinals and the Cubs. It's always like a big event whenever they play in St. Louis. I don't know when Chicago's in, but yeah. It's always like a big thing whenever they played here. Also, thank you, Dropkick Murphys, for the most accurate, like, Midwest family Christmas song. I feel like all Chicago sports rivalries are like, we won't get completely stomped this year, but just watch. Amazing. And then they get stomped. Yeah, especially against like the Cardinals, because like the Cardinals just have won so many World Series. They win so much. God, I'd love to go back to Chicago at some point. I haven't been in such a long time. I think the last time I was there is for like a conference. I think it was just like a weekend kind of conference. I remember Bears vs. Packers is a yearly thing. Oh no, that's American foosball, and I don't know that as well. Last time I was in Chicago, I remember getting really drunk and ended up at a glass studio where John Miller was making something. And I remember being very sassy and heckling John Miller. Which, y'all don't know who remember John... Y'all don't know John Miller, probably. But, he is an American glass artist who makes, like, usually, like, a lot of big food. He makes a lot of burgers. And, let's see. Well, we'll put it up here. Okay, like this is glass. This is like a John Miller thing. And I don't remember why, but I remember being sassy and like and heckling him from a crowd. This very famous glass artist. I'm just like, how dare you? And my other friends, like my other friend group I was there with, they had actually gotten to the studio by riding in a van with him and his girlfriend. I don't drink, but I stand in solidarity with Chicagoans tricking visitors into drinking Malort. Amazing. That's pretty good. That's pretty great. Yeah, I'd love to go back. It was a nice little visit. I just like, ugh, I don't know. I would like to live in an actual city for once and not like the kind of smaller cities that I'm used to, and just like would like to live in civilization for a while, please. I want to shrimply be able to walk from point A to point B and not have to drive a fucking car. Because I am so sick of driving a fucking car. Fucking hate cars so much, chat. I used to really like cars, but now I'm just like, no, I don't want to have to pay for gas and like drive X amount of like time and deal with like all this bullshit in hope that you know, the white dude with the buzz cut doesn't plow into my car in his oversized truck. Also, I've been wanting to give like so many of my characters braids lately because I went for so long like just never drawing braids, and now I'm like, I just want to draw all the braids. I wanna draw the braids. The white dude in the buzz cut can also not park that thing. No, he cannot. Absolutely not. My dad. Okay, so chat. So my dad, if you want to get an understanding of my family, if you're familiar with American Dad, essentially my dad is just Stan Smith from that show. That's my dad. He's just Stan Smith, but he worked for the Navy instead of the CIA. And yeah. Holy fuck. He's all about his fucking like big ass truck. I remember at one point being like, the nice thing I can say about my suburb is there's a bus to Chicago. Suburbs. But yeah, I remember like my dad at one point even being like, yeah, isn't it like so, you know, like we were just grabbing some food from a drive-through, and he's just like, yeah, you see how that driver in front of us had to like reach up from their like tiny car, and we don't have to do that with our big ass truck. They have to reach up to us. And I'm like, what the as a kid I was even like, what the fuck? Like, what? Who fucking cares? Ooh, Republicans will, and dudes who drive trucks are the fucking weirdest people I think I've ever met. That's just some great classism there, yeah. Right? Well, don't worry. No. Goldfish. Hold on. Wait, we got it. No. Or I guess just status ego would cover it. Yeah, so status ego is one part of it. But we're gonna get to the classism part now. So my dad keeps like trying to get me to visit him, but my dad lives in Florida and I have zero desire to go to Florida. And it's like, but Amy, you want to go to the beach so much and enjoy the water. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to go to fascism land to do it or see my dad to do it. But brag that their trucks would win. Holy fuck, that's so fucked up. But you know, I was talking about, because one of the times my dad was just like, hey, why don't you come down here and visit? In the middle of the pandemic, by the way.
is one of the times he was pulling this. And I'm like, I don't know, Dad. There's a pandemic going on. I don't want to travel. Like, okay, you want people to die for your mistakes. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. There are a lot of beaches and places that aren't Florida. That's true. What did they win? Oh, yeah, win a car crash. Yeah, gold. That's what they mean. So anyways, you know, in my response to I don't want to travel because of this pandemic thing going on, you know what my dad had a response to that? Oh, let me tell you, chat. Let me tell you. It's okay. We live in a gated neighborhood. Like, just, holy fuck. Just being like, oh, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. We live in a gated neighborhood. Like, what? You think the virus won't fucking cares about gates? But also, my god, what a classist fucking thing to say. We're immune to a pandemic because we live in a rich neighborhood. God, that's a confusing statement. It's so confusing. It's just as confusing as we can't help you pay for college. Why don't you come down here and visit and ride on one of our new jet skis? Get up, get to the music. Oh, didn't you hear? Only poor has a quote. Yeah. Oh, the poors die of that. Meditating more people of color. Yeah. Get up and get to the music. Yeah, it's got a brand new beat. It's yeah, it was a fucking wild ass take. And like how only the gays died of AIDS, yeah. Only the gays died of AIDS. And no one else. You used to call it gay cancer. Anyways, chat. Points at chat. Hey, y'all best have read Stone Butch Blues, or I'll fight you. There's literally no reason to not read Stone Butch Blues. Because it's free. Stone Butch Blues is, I think, like... I don't know. I feel like that should be mandatory reading. Like, the second you come out of the closet. Or whatever. I can't read. Yes, you can. Kip, I know you can read. But it's a very good read on the relationship between queer people and the state. And also just like, dang, God, I haven't, and I've gone back to COVID. And some of COVID research is either wrong or won't really be that bad. Yeah, the CDC has gotten really bad about it. Lately, I am extremely confused onto why they're just like, oh, COVID's not a thing anymore. It's fine. Like, I just do not understand. But, so, oh yeah, now that I have my fucking health shit, maybe I can actually get my updated COVID vaccine. Lobbyists, yeah. Missouri's CDC did that 2 years ago. Yeah, but this is Missouri, and Republicans are awful. But, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Stone Butch Blues. Like, it's not a very long read. It's not a very fun read. It's very upsetting in a lot of cases, but I think it's a great understanding between queer people and identity and relationship to the state. And Leslie Feinberg just really effectively communicates like the struggle of like being a queer person, especially in these really difficult times. And I think there's an interview. There's an interview you can find where Feinberg was giving a like talk about Stone Butch Blues in like a bookstore, and they're talking about like gender stuff and everything. And there's a question somebody asks, and like they essentially ask like, "What's in your pants?" Basically, I can't remember exactly the question, but they were just like, "Oh, what's in your pants?" And like Feinberg just stares straight into like one of the cameras that's there, and it's just like, I'm not going to give that question like the dignity of an answer. I think their response was much better than what I said, but I don't know, I gave up 3 years of my life trying to do my part to make COVID go away. Yeah, same. We all did our sacrifices. The ring of power. Why? Yeah. But yeah, it's, I think, very good to understand that especially the police will not save us, or like the state won't save us, and queer community is extremely important. If the findings I saw last year are anything to go by, it's going to be worth catching it as little as possible, so it's not a wasted effort. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let me see. I know I'm not gonna find like the actual timestamp. Review book. Okay, no, I don't know who Scott Feinberg is, and I don't care. Okay, here we go. No, chat. I actually have it. Oh yeah, so to tell you the truth, the question was about my sex organs, and to tell you the truth, I'm not gonna answer it. Chat, read Stone Witch Blues. Yeah, Feinberg unfortunately passed away years ago, I think due to Lyme disease. And we greatly miss her. Them. Feinberg didn't really care about too many gender labels and pronouns. Especially for those who are like, you know, trans mask, it's definitely relevant. And there's a lot of like, you know, the Stone Butch Blues isn't just like pure misery, but it is like a lot of exploring gender identity as well, and like sexuality. It's just really good. It's just something I can't recommend enough. I know it's not like an easy read, but it's, I think, a very important read for a lot of different reasons. That's Amy's soapbox hour of queer literature you should read. I wonder if I still have my reading list from when I was in uni, because that had some really good works in it as well. There was, for instance, like that class was really nice because it wasn't just like reading literature, but they had a lot of other queer works as well. Like we talked a lot about Orville Peck. Shout out to Orville Peck. Again, to be a gay man in country, in like the country music genre. But like we also talked a lot about Porpentine and other creators like that. Who Porpentine, for those who don't know, is a trans woman who's created a lot of like twin games. And like if you look at Porpentine's website, it's just like, ah, yes. This is a website made by somebody on estrogen. And is very strange and really weird, and I would recommend. They Porpentine updated their website. I actually don't know Porpentine's pronouns. But yeah, it's a it's a lot of weirdness and it's really good. It's a lot of definitely, I think, uncomfortable art. And that's a lot of the kind of queer art I am really interested in and really lean towards myself. Because I am very anti-assimilationist and assimilationist. And I think our identities, especially as queer people, are fucking awesome. And we have a lot of unique characteristics and just everything about us. And I don't think that's stuff that should be like changed or hidden away or anything. And I think especially what's like ugly or degenerate is just beautiful in its own way. especially with like so much pushback being towards like especially trans women in general these days. It's just like, no, now I even want to like make my art grosser and weirder than ever before. I made tacos. Nice. What kind of tacos? Just like your standard kind of beef tacos, or you're doing something interesting. If we moved our goalposts, we won't move the goalposts. Yeah, like I was saying something earlier, I saw some like assimilation bullshit posting, and it's just like the right will never accept us unless we are like specifically. God, I always think there's this one trans girl who went into like some kind of podcast or debate, and she had a literal black sun flag in the background. Ooh, chicken tinga tacos. That sounds nice. Is it just grilled chicken? Or is it... Oh, it's pulled chicken. Right? Ooh, so like a pulled chicken and like a tomato sauce? That sounds really good. I'm just going off of the pictures I looked up, because I haven't had those before. But yeah, even if we just like completely go to what is acceptable as like trans women to like the rights narrative. Yeah, shredded chicken with just chipotle peppers and adobo. Oh, that sounds really good. I hope they were delicious because it sounds that way. But yeah, it's just like I don't want to be quote unquote one of the good ones. That's just gross. And like the only ones my white person senses are overwhelmed. Okay, good. I don't know how you have like more white person senses than I do. I live farther north than you. You should be far more used to spice than I am. Yeah, it's like the only way you get accepted from the right is if you actively campaign against your other fellow queers or other minorities, and it's just like, in the end, it's not going to benefit you at all as they pass laws to make your life more miserable. So, assimilationism is bullshit. And, like, part of the reason why... Because I know most people probably in the stream are trans. That's not accepted, so it's being used. Yeah, exactly. And, like, I get most of the people in the stream, or, like, watching the stream are probably trans. Or, like, trans adjacent. But, I forgot. Oh, I came in during a heavy topic. No, not really. I mean... Unions work. This is similar, yeah. It's, I'm just talking about assimilationist bullshit. Like that community gift when he comes in with the pizza and the room's on fire. No, I mean... The way I want to handle this stream is that people are normal about talking about difficult subjects. And, like, it's okay. and people can be normal about it. Also, Yeah, this is my favorite Dropkick Murphys album. The Going Out in Style. These slow jaded eyes. Like some people like with some of the trans people, they pop up and publicly support us. They speak up against anti-trans people. Yeah, exactly. I'm not around those detrans people. They just abusive to him. Yeah, and it's like there are a variety of reasons why people detrans, and that's fine. And you know, like nobody's usually holds that against them, but then there's like some people who try to like weaponize it against transitioning, and it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I get, you know, like there's one person I think on TikTok who had like who transitioned and, you know, the tea caused them to lose all their hair. Got very upset about it and like, I don't know, blamed trans people. And it's just like, why? Just no. I better be with an enemy. I'm a cavalry. You can set me on a fire and smoke me down with misery. Promise and hold me to pow. I couldn't really give a shit. I'm going out in style. That's what testosterone does, though. Yeah. I had to rhyme and to dump the sucker out. Which it's really funny. So like my brother's lost most of his hair. My brother has like this really bad receding. My brother has this super bad receding hair ride, and now I'm here with like the full head of hair, no problems, moisturized, staying in my lane. Like a full head of hair. It's hilarious. Thank you, estrogen, for saving me and giving me very luscious and very thick hair. You may bury me with an enemy. I'm a cavalry. Can stack me on a pyre and smoke me down with whiskey. Roast me to a rotten crisp and throw me in a pile. I couldn't really give a shit. I'm going out in style. You can take it. It's metabolized into DHT, a stronger androgen, which effectively poisons hair follicles. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it. But it's like, yeah, it's just like, that's a thing. Getting angry at, like, trans people who had, like, better transitions than you isn't gonna help. It's not gonna bring your hair back, my duder. Turn my straight hair into this half straight, half lazy frizzy hellscape, yeah. H-Bomber guy having too much testosterone his vomiting was funny. Yeah, because everybody called him like a soy boy, right? But like, he had so much testosterone he went bald. Speaking of chat. Speaking of,
Delicious egg.
God, I actually watched his Donkey Kong live stream live, which was such an experience. I'm so glad it's like preserved because my God, watching that live, especially because like every cishet man wants that tea until it takes it. Yeah. Dude, I love that there was like one thing I saw where it was like, oh no, men are getting feminized these days, and that, you know, men in the 40s who were like the 40s and 30s were like big strong men. And it's like, my dude, the Great Depression was going on then. Everybody was scrawny as fuck. Though, like, it is very funny if you read, like, you know, World War II accounts. and you read about the fucking Nazis being in shambles because like the Americans actually had like logistics and weren't starving. Dear God, the 40s. Look, the 40s was just like some really cool music and some really cool architecture. Nothing else, right? There's nothing else going on during that time. Right? You'll be the champion of light. I wish I could have feminized more in my youth. It would have made coming. Yeah, same. I got kind of lucky because I got a lot of like my
You
mom's
see,
scenes
this is why we broke up.
and like my face and everything. So like, God, I forgot that covers the entire screen. Hi, Frame. Welcome back. Yeah, it's like strong action heroes are their equivalent from the 40s or 70s because he's your dad bod today. Yeah.
Oh my god, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? That is one of the most important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
Oh, I can't wait to see Ghost in the Shell as well. The greatest movie of all time. Listen to the Behind the Bastards episodes where Men's Adventures magazines from the 60s recently. People were messed up. Interesting. That's not something I'm super familiar with. Most of my like history knowledge is usually from like before then. Like a lot of my kind of knowledge like really drops off and like through the like 50s to 70s and then it like picks back up in the 80s. Here at Scarco Johansson is great as the whole cast. Oh my god. Nerf. Emotional support. Welcome back to add to the desk. Emotional support. Light back to add to. Look, the emotional support. Well, he's on my head, but we can put the mech back on the desk. No, that's the overlay. That's me. There you go. Well, we'll put him on the desk for a while. Although this is a medium mech, it's not a light mech. I'm sorry, Scrunt. My heart belongs. He needs to like he needs a light mech friend. Maybe. I think the next mech I'm going to draw for mech game is probably going to be the heavy mech though. Because we have our like 3 medium mechs done. So we just need to draw now the heavy mech and the light mech. I mean, maybe the light mech would be easier because it is... Well, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do for the light mech yet. Because, I mean, I'm thinking of something kind of, like, very Locust style. Of, like, very fast light armament. And, like, for, like, kind of recon and, like, scout purposes. But I also don't know if I just want to do something that maybe goes outside of, like, this faction's, like, normal kind of purview of... mech design. So I don't know about that. I think what I'm going to kind of focus on now is getting a working prototype for mech game. I've done like a bit of writing. We've got like a good chunk of writing down. The writing is gonna take so long. No, French hates us. Fast and fits the dynamic of, ooh, you want to smash my chances so bad. That's good. That's really good. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of light mechs just in general. They don't fit. Yep, too much something in my throat. I just prefer medium mechs and like heavy mechs. And like I don't like assault mechs too much either. Like I think there's some assault mechs that I really like, but a lot of them are like the era of Armor 6 Core's meta where his tank monsters is helming the rats. Oh my god. What about the stun gun meta? The true meta of just stun your fucking enemy mech into oblivion. Two-day therapist meta. That's pretty good. Two-day therapist meta recently. Yeah, I didn't pick up Armored Core because it's not I don't know, it's not like the kind of mech game I'm super interested in. As weird as it is, like one of the biggest mech game excuse me, to like come out in decades. I feel, and I'm just kind of like, not for me. It's like the perfect narrative experience in terms of delivery. Nice. I've heard really good things about it. I've seen a bit of the playthrough. I watched kind of like the GDQ speedrun. It seems great, but it's just like, I don't know. Oh fuck. Just the like mech experience there just isn't really for me. I think I really prefer kind of like the BattleTech / Mech Warrior or like Titanfall, kind of very chunky military mechs with like, yeah, they're kind of like janky in their own way. Like you need to do some of the work yourself, but there's and respects where it put and respects the player to put it together. Yeah, that's really good. I'm a big fan of, you know, using subtlety like that as like, oh my god. So you know, I've been speaking of like respecting the player to put things together. I've been watching like a lot of, you know, FF7 Rebirth streams lately. And there's this one specific scene that they did a lot of like, oh, ads. We don't need a break, so we're gonna keep going. The good / ending frames are both guest designed by previous hands. Oh, that's really cool. That's cool. But yeah, there's a specific scene in like FF7 and in Rebirth. You have that scene, but it's like very action oriented and over the top. And one that just looks like some Hayaku shit. The guy who worked on Witch from Mercury. Nice. That's really cool. And it's just like in the original, it's like a very like somber and extremely depressing scene. And there's still like a boss fight and everything, but it's in like the remake they really like pumped it up to 11 and added like weird Shinra soldier ambushes and stuff, and it's just like I don't I don't go here. I'm not into FF7 that much, but I'm like, man, that's a completely different way of just doing that scene, and I don't think it's for the better. And then I saw people being like, well, you see, it's an action RPG. When people were where people were criticizing like how they were doing that scene, it's like, well, it's an action RPG actually. So they I hope that clears it up, which is just wild to me because the implication that an action RPG can't have like a quiet and somber scene is very depressing. The one with the big backpack, yeah, Mr. White, Glenn's designer, who named this series, did that. Oh, nice. That's cool that they got so many Yoshi P knocks on the door. Yeah. It's really cool to see them bring other artists that are like have been prevalent in the mecha genre and to work on that. That's really cool. Ugh. Yeah, from what I heard, I saw somebody posting it. I wanna actually kind of look into this because I heard somebody say that Nomura. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I heard that Nomura was actually one of the ones who wanted to stay closer to the original for the FF7 remake, and it was Nojima, the writer. He's the one who wanted to change more shit. I'm not sure on that though. More like, no more, eh? Am I right? Maybe, fam. You might just be. God, chat, why does inking take so long? We've been inking for hours. What is this? Inking for ants? Yeah. So anyways, I think I was gonna mention it earlier, but like I bringing up like my fantasy setting, I was wanting to do like a little, maybe a one shot, maybe something that's like a couple chapters, but I was wanting to do like a small, stop yapping and get the inking. Yeah, that's probably it. But I was wanting to do like a little kind of manga with my fantasy setting, which is why I'm like working on like some of this stuff again. I don't think it would be, I wouldn't want it to be a big project, just like something I could do when I'm like, oh my god, I can't do I can't do any more mech shit. I've done so much mech shit. Or like just something to do on streams like this. And once again, I just, I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about the brush because I think I am liking a lot of what the brush can do. But the way I'm used to drawing is just like going line, 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 line repeatedly. And I think to really get good use out of the brush, I need to Yeah, like what I just literally did there. I need to really work at. I need to work at better line control and my strokes. Because I think what I'm thinking is we can essentially use like this brush to do our to certainly do lines, because I think it's really good at just doing like single stroke lines. Oh wait. Oh shit, Scron. I'm sorry. That was a sketch request. I didn't see that as a request. Why? Okay, yeah, I think it just got jumbled. Okay. Emotional support light mech to add to the... Okay, my bad. That's okay. I didn't see that that was a request. I was just going to let it go. No, it's fine. Okay. Do you have a specific light mech in mind? No, I apologize. I didn't realize it was a request because I didn't see the message. It doesn't have to be now. I mean, it's a stream thing. It's literally a stream redeem. Don't feel bad for using the redeem. That's what it's here for. God. I don't want people to feel bad for using their redeem for what it is. You know, if I don't want to do
Delicious
redeems,
egg.
I will turn it off. Okay. So like, please don't feel bad. Want to hear something funny? Sure. But also, I'd like to hear what, like, if you had a specific mech in mind, or if this is just free game. Delicious egg. Okay, I need it. I don't have my references up. And so this is like the other change I keep considering making. Not just a little friend for a min mech. I gotcha. Okay. Let's get something up here in 1 second. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll draw the sketch now, and then I'll pixel art it later. Okay, chat. You know, if I have control over this, I'm gonna put probably lasers on this. Someone in current reaching a batch volume of normalization and my entire music close. Mondays, am I right? Yeah. Someone in Romcore linked a stream curator named Go Woke Go Broke where they just say yes or no and it has woke content. Oh my god, that's cursed. Oh, thank God this opened on the alternate monitor because that had shit I did not want to show stream it. Here's my downfall. Okay. Where is my... Alright, well these are both A-Sprite files, so yeah, and there's... Hey chat, look at all these mechs. Look at all these mechs. Wow. So many mechs. So cool. Wow. Oh my god, they put Blaze Blue's Central Fiction as non-woke? That's fucking hilarious. For those who don't know, Blaze Blue's Central Fiction has a trans character in there. I actually really like these mechs. They're just like so stubby and like just little guys. Okay, be gone, A-Sprite. Oh yeah, and a femboy in a dress robe thinging, yeah. Look, no, femboys are okay as long as they're like fascists. Look, it's okay. They're just one of the guys. They're just a little funky. Okay. Light my fire. Mac friend. And I want one more reference to grab. That reminds me of seeing a bunch of TERF abusing a femboy on Twitter, literally saying the things that TERF say in transmission. Oh my god, amazing. TERF saying that trans women should be instead of trans, yeah. It's almost as if they're awful people. And just want a reason to be awful to people. Okay. Alright, chat. Are we feeling lasers or ballistics? Or missiles? Also, this is not the brush I want for this. I want the... I'm thinking... The one on the desk has autocannons. I believe it's specifically a twin 40mm. Yeah, twin 40mm. So that's why I'm thinking lasers. SR on one side, one laser on the other. You got it. We love that. So we're gonna start off with the same kind of basic chassis, but we're gonna want it to be a bit different. So we don't want it to look exactly the same. We just want it to get the same same aesthetic going. Not that. Because they're essentially all by the same faction and like the same manufacturer, so we just want to kind of communicate that. Started reflecting on Hideo Kojima after Death Stranding 2 thing. Oh no. What Death Stranding 2 thing? So in my setting, we're not really using like the kind of micro missiles that they use in like BattleTech. They're just using like proper anti-tank missiles, so it'll probably have like a small smattering of missiles in the missile pod. The trailer being the most Kojima thing, but also the most Troy basic. Oh no! Fucking Troy Baker. I do not like Troy Baker at all. Sorry to Troy Baker enjoyers. I think he's kind of a piece of shit. Yeah. If I remember right, Troy Baker was the one who's just like, well, if you want to go into voice acting, wait until I die. Someone can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I know like Troy Baker gets really weird about like some of the games he's in and a lot of stuff in general. Like I love Kojima bullshit, but hated the exact same bullshit as it portrayed to Troy. No, that makes sense. I think there's a kind of difference there to be had. I'm not the biggest. Well, I don't have a. I'm not the big. It depends. There's like some Kojima bullshit I like, and some Kojima bullshit where I'm like, I don't know about that. You know, we've talked about on stream before, like the SIGINT retcons. That's like one of them. That's like, why did you do that, Kojima? You didn't have to. But I think I like the Kojima's like character writing more, and like especially when there's like a kind of twist on the writing to where it's like, oh, okay, because he had to suck blood, that's why he's called Vamp, right? And it's like, no, Raiden, what the fuck are you talking about? He's called Vamp because he's bisexual. This is, I think, one of the funniest lines ever. I remember because at the very least I could control some kind of slack about the music video part. Yeah, I do like how Control is just and like, obviously all of Sam Lake's bullshit is just like kind of ridiculous and over the top and just kind of focused on like this this setting that they've made. And just kind of like making things in this setting and being like, I don't know. Okay. I think Kojima kind of like Araki. Like, yeah, you're making what you want to make and have a following for it, yeah. And like, I definitely think it's nice to kind of have that in the games industry where so many things are corporate. It is just nice to have a weirdo who wants to make the weird thing they're working on. Hell yeah, not for me, but hell yeah, yeah. I do wonder. I think a lot about like, I mean, not a lot, but like, whenever anyone talks Death Stranding, I do wonder if it would have been as like well received if the pandemic didn't happen. Because I know a lot of people who are playing it were connecting like the feelings of Death Stranding to like their experience with the pandemic. Also, I drew the lasers on the other side. So I wonder if it would have been as well received if we didn't have to deal with that. Iron check. We're on the mech friend layer. I had a card error the one time I was gonna get a Metal Gear Solid game, and it was like, honestly, this is how Kojima intends for me to experience. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we're doing missile pod on an arm. I think we'll do this as like this. And maybe a little shorter. This is a little big in comparison to the other arm. One, two, three. So 5 missiles. You'll have like extra sensors. Oop. Wait a second. Where did our tiny mic go? There it is. Okay. Okay. In our veins, we wax and win. I know this isn't even, but we're getting there. Yeah, which by the way, going back, I don't want anyone to worry about or feel bad about claiming a redeem. And if I miss something like this, I would like you to point it out, please, because I might miss it like I did this one. It's like, I promise you I don't mean to miss it. I just if there's ever a day where I'm not feeling like a sketch redeem, I will turn it off.
Delicious egg.
Ah, God, I love eggs too. They're so delicious. You're not gonna lie, part of me is kind of just considering leaving the breakup one covering the full screen. It's a little cursed, but I could just leave it that way. I'm also thinking, because I do want this to be a little different from the other mechs. First off, let's do this. We're gonna do one thing really quick. Let's see. And God, one day I'll actually rebind this. This is something I use so much in like A Spray, and then in CSP it's just like, oh God. In CSP it's just like, no. we don't actually have a command for that. Merge with layer below. Okay, so I'm kind of considering you make one change really quick. Okay. You know, we can just make the arms a part of the body. You can either actually put the arms like in here, so we can make it like a much lower profile mech. Because it won't need... So you could essentially just like put the lasers in its body. Or in its torso. You can make it like a... Hang on. Undo that. So we can make it like a lot tighter. As a design. Oh, Dan. No. You kind of do the same with the missile pod. But that kind of looks like it's just missing arms, so we won't do that, actually. The other thing we can do is kind of put it up on its shoulders like a locust. If you wanted to kind of have like a higher profile. We could have like 2 standard lasers. Odin! And we could just like take out like the whole arm component and just shove it in more. And tighten up like the core a little bit. To specifically make it more of like a cutting down weight wherever they can kind of look. There you go. Alright. So you got 2 options for our little scout mech. Def slender it up. Gotcha. Alright. So we'll also we'll bring this in a little bit as well. Control C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. So we can change up probably the missile pod as we like actually make it later. But we do kind of have like the like a very small cockpit on legs. It's meant to go fast and bust ass. And we can, you know, probably tone it down a bit so it doesn't look quite so like a medium mech chassis plopped onto a lighter mech, but like I said, we do want to keep the same aesthetic. There you go, Scrunt. We might make that before next stream. Odin! No, baby. Odin, no. So once again, sorry about missing the redeem at first. I kind of head emptied for a little bit and just missed the original comment. I don't know why it didn't like highlight it or anything, but oh well. I guess it doesn't highlight the redeems. But taking a break to do like, hang on a second. Okay, Pupper wanted water. And to communicate that, he started batting his water bowl about. I just figured he wanted to go outside. Oh, oopsies. Music reminds me of Duran's Bond film opening track. Duran did a Bond film opening track? How was I not aware of this? Which Bond film was that? View to Kill. Huh. No, just let me... Oh no, is this a Roger Moore Bond film? Oh no. No. Not Roger Moore. I liked Roger Moore's Bond. Yeah, I didn't. I honestly think my favorite is Daniel Craig because Daniel Craig just understood that Bond is supposed to be a piece of shit. Yeah, this works. Oh shit! I hit the. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing on OBS. My bad. Everything's fine. That's good. Fast, fast. Oh shit. You know, if the lead singer from this band actually did go into politics. I think he's in the Green Party. Sleep while the bands are burning. Yeah, ask a friend. Yeah. So, like, I'm trying to do a very different inking style. And it's very much like there are times where I just look at this and I'm like, some of this doesn't look like something I would draw. But it's just like, you know, it's only one step of the process and I don't want to completely judge it until it's done. But I don't know. It's just kind of weird because I'm like trying something so different. And just like, oh, this is different. Oh, Dan. You know, despite having a lot of anime kind of inspirations and styles, obviously, it's like I feel like, I don't know, I'm still very different because I'm just like broad shoulders. That's when the earth is turning. We appreciate broad shoulders here in the stream. You haven't given it back. Oh no, chat. It's gotten to the point where my bangs are getting into my eyes, and so I'm gonna have to fucking get a haircut. Hi, Glory Hammer. Trim time, yep. It's going directly into my eyeballs, and it's just like, god damn it. And since, like, my hair has a bit of curl to it, like, it's a little wavy, it's not, like, super curly or anything. Since it has a bit of, like, that, it's just like, no, 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 no. It doesn't just go in front of my eye. Like, the tips will essentially curl, and they'll just stab my eyeballs. I know, and it's very distressing. How are you, Faye? Hope you're doing well this fine evening. Yeah, hi Odin. Hi. Yusuku Papo. Hi. I've been in the shadows for hours now. Yeah, I figured, but I can still ask how you're doing as you come out of the shadows. BT3 keeps crashing. No, I'm sorry to hear that. That wavy hair tends to attack. Hi, Leslie. Hope you're doing well as well. That's really unfortunate. It seemed like that, that, like, FPS fix, or, like, setting the FPS really seemed like it was helping. But yeah, wavy hair does attack. How was your, birthday stream, by the way, Leslie? I only checked in for a little bit because I think I was having a day yesterday. Just finished making some changes to your setup. Yeah. By the way, watch, hang on. Yeah. We get shouted out, nerd. But yeah, that sounds exciting. We love some setup changes. We've just been doing inking here. And, like, I don't know, struggling. I'm, like, really trying to practice, like, some specific inking. And I just... It's a struggle. We'll get there eventually, but we're gonna be struggling for a bit. Oh, it was really fun. The costume did get a bit over-censory by the end, but I couldn't get the game. Just threw stereo a lot. Nice. Oh, so Tina, thanks for the follow. Oh, yeah, that the costume did seem like a lot. I think when I had gotten there, you had already gotten rid of the jacket. Oh, dead. We'll be going on a break soon, Pupper. But yeah, we're just, because I'm kind of wanting to do, like, I'm kind of thinking about side projects, so I don't, like, get burnt out just focusing on mech game nonstop. I did take a bunch of pictures, nice. So we're kind of thinking about, side projects to work on while we're doing mech games, so I don't get, like, super burnt out. And I'm trying to be very mindful of, like, managing side projects as well, and making sure they're kind of short. So I'm thinking I want to do, like, a couple, or, like, maybe a, like, one shot or a short, etc. Side projects, you say? Yeah. And so I wanted to go back to my fantasy setting and, like, touch on that a little bit. Also, we have our little baby mechs. Scrunt redeemed a sketch for some baby mech friends for our emotional support mech. So we'll pixel this up later. So I just kind of wanted to go back in the setting and work on some character design. So that's what we've been doing now. Odin! His poor baby. He's just winding up a storm. But do you have a bunch of side projects, Leslie? Because I have a couple. I essentially have like 2 that are mine. Because I also have like another game that I am commissioned to work on. And like that's something I need to catch up on, but that's not stuff I can do on stream. That's wrong. I have so many. Oh no. I really want to. I think I'm gonna try to put some time away for like actually getting my balalaika properly set up. And I think first off I need to get new strings for my balalaika because I think they're just really old and out of tune. But I would like to try and learn some of that. I mean, if I was smart, I would be like I'd be like Cat and just do language practice on stream. But I don't think I want to do that. I don't think anyone wants to watch me practice trying to learn Japanese or unrustify my German. Odin! No! Hey, come here. People and boys, we're in a hurry, boys. We've got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France. And it's roll, Maple boys, roll. Could be interesting, maybe. I know, so friend of the stream, Saturday Night, does usually like kanji practice on stream. But I need to practice a lot of basic grammar. And like I have a lot I need to like go back and learn. So I think I would want to do that before like taking time and stream to learn. I am the master of being like, okay, I cannot do any work anymore until I become more experienced / or get a team, a commission, or extra stuff, blah blah blah. So in the meantime I'll work on another one. Yeah. Well, like I couldn't do any more for climbing world. I started writing a graphic novel. Yeah, so that's kind of partially. Also, Odin is hitting the the buttons on my tablet. So I'm rubbing his ears and he's getting very excited. So that isn't something I think you should get like too bad about or feel too bad about or self-critical about. Because I think it's really important to realize what your current limitations are, and then what you can do within those current limitations, and what you can do to be productive while still learning through those and producing what you want. So that's actually what Mech Game is. Mech Game is has always been kind of a compromise of a pretty simple game, but like something where I can have like a lot more going on with the narrative because I think I am, or at least I used to be a better writer than I was an artist. But now I think it's kind of inverse because I don't have the writing practice as much. But it's just like a very light on mechanics and coding game and focuses more on my art and writing aspects, which I am much stronger on. So I think it's really important to be able to figure out projects where you can like focus on learning something a little bit and then like kind of incorporating your strengths into that. At least if you're going into like writing a graphic novel or doing like the moment. I love this song. I love this song so much, and I love this song before Supernatural did, so they could fuck off. But yeah, I have a lot of memories attached to this song. Back when I used to be popular and have friends. Yeah, I get you. But yeah, and that's kind of why it's just like I went to I really want to do a project where there's like a specific kind of style of what I want to do, and is incredibly niche. So it's like I don't even know if I want to sell it or if I should just post it. Because like I do want to do like a bit of a light novel manga combo, but also incorporating a lot of like world building art into it. And kind of just like, because I really like multimedia things that aren't, or I like really creating like multimedia things. That's why I really like game devs so much. And doing more than just like the one thing. Yeah, ads are about to start on, and you can go out when the capitalism starts. I do need to adjust my become two things. Yeah. And so like this is kind of like practice for that. Because it's really hard to like kind of be like exist. Or not, I don't know if exist is the right word, but it's really hard to just kind of be when like my main hobby is also like my job and like everything. And you know, a lot of people are just kind of like, oops, you made your hobby your job and now you can't do like X and Y. But it's not really that kind of aspect. It's more of like, I really love art. Like even though it's just like, yeah, this is a thing I do for work. It's just like this is also just like the thing I do for fun and like the thing I want to get better at, and it's just like a core part of my personality that I couldn't live without. And so it's just like really hard to balance that with like also trying to take care of myself and not draw for like, you know, 10 hours a day like Julia. Like I don't. Okay, ads have started, so we're gonna BRB. We're letting Odin out now. Going to the screen. And we're back. So it looks like... Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh no. Slime chat's broken. Slime chat's broken, and I didn't fucking notice is what happened. Fresh. Oh, god damn it. No, hang on, chat. Yeah, I can't wait to get better and finally make improvements, but it'll be a while before I've caught up with the rest of you. Well, lastly, anyway, I'm old enough to be your mom. Good to have that goal though. Yeah, it's really good to set like both short-term goals and like long-term goals. Slime to stream again. Oh no. Count slime to stream. Oh no. This is very upsetting. Slime to stream, you fucked? Slime to stream fucked. Great. You're not that much older than me. No, but it's funny. No, but it's funny to say that. Okay, chat. Unfortunately, chat's going to be disabled. So I'm getting 500 service errors from Slime Chat, which is a secure connection error. Yeah, Twitch key's expired, but the website is having issues. So, yeah. We're just gonna sit with Twitch key expired, unfortunately. That's unfortunate. This is the first issue I've had with Slime Chat. So, I wonder. Sage. I wonder if Zaytree has Zaytree.com. Okay, Twitter. Okay, Zaytree doesn't have anything about their website being fucked. That's unfortunate. And Twitch key expired. Cover it with your. You are right, Scrunt. Hang on. Let me find the correct Yuri. No, we gotta leave that Yuri. Much to think about. Wait, here we go. Wait. Okay, we have one thing. Yeah, let's use this, actually. Here we go. Here you go, chat. Everything's fine. It's all good. There's no problems at all. And when you're at first things, how do you connect Spotify playlists to OBS. I'm not. I'm actually playing things through YouTube. Because I don't like Spotify. But I could show you my setup after stream. Okay, hold on. We gotta adjust this a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. That's fair. Yeah, I don't like Spotify, and I'd rather just go through YouTube, or like Bandcamp. That's what I really need to do is just set it up through Bandcamp. But essentially, what I have is like playlists made up, and then I will. Essentially, I have like a specific audio capture source, and that runs through. And so I have that specifically use my tab as like a browser source, and then I make sure it doesn't go to the VOD. But yeah, I don't like Spotify. The only time where I was like, oh man, Spotify isn't so bad is when I had, so I was using an ad blocker. Because I think Spotify is awful. It's awful to its like artists. It's awful to its customers, and it's just it's not for me. I've actually got to go to bed, but I appreciate the offer. Have a good rest of the stream. Have a good night, Leslie. If you want, I'll have time tomorrow. I'll be around tomorrow, and you can send me a DM if you like, and I can send you my stuff on my setup. Spotify is stupid, but my dad pays for it. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine if you use it. That's fine. It's just I do not like it. If you're really cool, we get a record player and set that up for chat. So, okay, here's what maybe I'm thinking is I think maybe we could do the initial lines with the AR brush and then go back over it with our mechanical pencil brush. I'm not sure. I'll see more to and fro in my dreams. I'll go pray for you. So she does have a funny little hat. The fucking Stell just in the corner. Thank you, emotional support, Stell. I think we'll just make her a permanent addition to the stream after this. We can make our stream so cursed with so many video redeems and so many meme images. Cheer up my lads, and your hearts never fail. For the bonny ship of night goes a hunting for the whale. Okay, I do want to fix up this hair because I think I'm a little frustrated with kind of how I've been drawing hair lately. Because I've just kind of been like drawing 3 like specific strands, and I want it to be a little more detailed than that. Mine, so it's cheer up my lads, so that your hearts never fail. Think of the feeding for the whale. I do kind of want to tone up her like face a little bit as well. Let's cheer umbrellas, let your hearts never fail. Morning ship and time and go the hunting for the whale. Where'd my other reference go? There it is. God, I love the real Mackenzie so much. I'm sorry, chat. They're one of my favorite bands. In the morning, way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. She rises away, and up she rises early in the morning. In the morning, way up she rises, way up. Do wanna change this a little bit as well. There we go. That's a bit more in line in how I want the eye to actually look. Alright, so what did I say? If the windows sails with you, alright. If the windows in our sails and we'll all hang on behind. You'll chariot along the There we go. By the way, chat, on a random note, if you all are not reading the Bochi spinoff about you know, Hiroi, you are missing out because it's very good. And we'll roll the old chariot along, we'll roll the old chariot along, we'll roll the old chariot along, and we'll all hang on behind. God, did I put this on the sketch layer? I did. I'm an idiot. See if actually, can I just F5 this? Will this fix this? My stream? No. Air check. Thanks, Kip. We're on the sketch layer.
I love books.
Oh my god, Ruby. I love books too. Hold on. Oh my god, fuck that. Like, this is... Oh, man. Now I'm, like, trying to see how long my stream is going on. I literally only see half of the fucking numbers. It's the bottom half of the goddamn numbers. Like, thank you, Twitch, for working. Blow the man down. I don't know. It's just another thing I'll have to figure out after fucking stream. I'm also just gonna do that really quick. But it's incredibly frustrating. It's like not a major issue, but it's just like, why? Why are you like this, Twitch? I saw some other sites that were saying that because I have BTTV installed and I'm on Firefox, that might be causing issues. But if that's the issue, then fuck that. Like, I'm not going to Chrome and I'm not uninstalling BTTV. That's fucking stupid. Hey, hey, blow the man down. Okay, more braids. Got more braids, And we got more hair. Also, chat, I only found out recently that Larbird was the archaic term for port. I gotta say, Larboard sounds so much better than port. I understand why you would want to, you know, make changes. So, you don't get people confused about what the fuck you're trying to say. But also, Larbird just sounds so much more fun than port. I don't know. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Blow the man down. I'm just trying to think about how much longer I want to go for stream. I want to keep working, but it's also just like, I don't know. It's always difficult to judge. I was really wanting to stream last night, but I was just in such an awful mood last night that just would have been a bad experience, I think, for everybody involved if I did that. Like, I kind of don't know how Oshio does it, because she streams, like, literally every day. And does, like, at least a 6-hour stream every day. And it's just like, how do you do this? How? This is so much time. And it's like, I want to get to the point where we're doing, like, at least 4 or 5, like, streams a week. But, I don't know. Like, the whole renovations thing really threw a wrench into all my fucking plans. Cause, like, I just couldn't work on, like, anything. I think I need to turn this stabilization down even further. I do not like stabilization in, like, a lot of cases. It's just, and a lot of times for me, it's just like, I drew a line. Make the line go where I fucking drew it, please. I know other people like, having more stabilization, but it's just like, For me, it's usually just frustrating, because it feels like my tools are just not doing what I want them to do. I don't know if this will communicate what I want, but right now I really want to get, like, some contrast with these hair strands. Like, even if we go back and change this later, just, like, I want to put in some shadow to put in, like, some emphasis. And, like, contrast. I kind of want to get rid of this bottom lip. This is one thing I want to really get better at, is just, like, being able to draw anime mouth. Because I have a lot of trouble with it now. Because it usually feels like something's missing. Well, that's the wrong layer. Just erase this. Not super happy with that, but we'll get back to it. Right now, I kind of want to focus on getting his hair some contrast. Because that way I can also draw with the eraser as well. No, I don't like that. God, we've done so much inking. Yeah, we've done so much inking, and there's still like so much that we haven't gotten to yet. There we go. I think that's what I want for the eyes. Nope, wrong layer. Yeah, I'm liking that a bit better. Alright, I went to check back on chat. And now we're getting page could not be loaded. So some progress is, I guess, being made. I'm wondering what's happened because, like, Slime Chat has been completely reliable up until
delicious egg.
tonight. Like, I haven't had a single issue with it. That wasn't like, oh hey, oh I too love a delicious egg. But I haven't had like a single issue with it that wasn't just like, oh, I needed to refresh the browser. Or like refresh the browser source. I wonder what's up. But like, you know, Daytree is just like a small creator and who's doing this out of the kindness of her heart, mostly, it seems. So I'm not complaining. Hey, Lovesick, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. We're just doing some art. We're currently trying to figure out what happened to our chat, but I don't know if you've used Slime Chat, Lovesick, but the website seems down right now, and I was getting some service errors earlier. So that's why we have Stell just in our chat overlay because everything's fine. Add this to the chat box. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I think I use Streamlabs chat. Nothing fancy. Gotcha. I really like Slime Chat. It's pretty great. It's really customizable and just has a lot of really good options. Oh my god. You know what? You know what, Scrunt? You're right, actually. You are actually right. I will add this to the chat box. So we're just doing some inking from like some sketch I was working on earlier. Us. Alright, chat, we got space for something for really skinny. A really skinny thing. Hands over on the shoulders. Build a web script to automatically type 5 check. Oh my god, it's just Lorem Ipsum amazing. But yeah, we're just doing some inking practice. Mostly. I think we're making progress. We're making a little bit of progress. Rock around, one bite down, you'll be swimming in the gales. So does this mean you started reading Dungeon Meshi Scrunt? Or, fucking called you Scrub, I'm sorry. Does this mean you actually started reading Dungeon Meshi Scrunt? Or did you just find this because of social media? Oh, wow. Watched a couple people play Reveal recently. There's a great Lorem Ipsum reference in that. Nice. I'm sorry, Scrunt. Look, Scrunt, if you didn't want that to happen, you should have chosen a different name. I was told we'd sail the seas for American gold. There were new chapters, by the way, of I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but there were new chapters of the Heroi manga. Since I know you're reading that. I saw it earlier and was like, this is the perfect freaking chat box. Oh, nice. You should definitely read the manga. It's really good. The art is pretty spectacular. I'll give it a read after the season ends. I see. I wonder how many seasons they're gonna do, if it's... Because they're what, like 6 episodes in, I think I saw? Because Dungeon Meshi is, like, already finished. We love a creator who's just quits their fucking work and moves on. But it's a very good read, I think. The art is pretty spectacular as well. So far, Marcial's faces are half the reason I'm watching. There are so many of those. It's like, I think this week's episode was the frog episode, right? Which was, yeah. What a fucking episode. I was told we'd cruise the hills for American gold. We'd fire no guns. It's privateers. Wasn't sure. It's the 3 holidays. God damn them all. Excuse me. Yeah, Dungeon Mesh is really good. There's just like a lot I could gush about, but I won't since you're watching it, and I'm only going to read it later. But there's a lot to gush about, I think. And I think Dungeon Meshi does a really good job of getting you in with a very simple concept and having like a lot of interesting concepts and a lot of a really strong narrative. Not to mention like how strong all of the characters are. I think one of my favorite things about Dungeon Meshi is just like everybody is kind of an adult about most things, except for like Laos. He's just like mostly thinks about monsters eating monsters. Like he's a bit of a freak. But he even has his scenes. But it's just like a lot of the characters are just adults and they're just like adults about a lot of things. And that's I think got me to really kind of keep reading. Was it's just like a lot of times like a character would do something really stupid because like they think they would know better than like somebody else, or for like a variety of any reasons, and then they would get put into like a bad situation because they like ignore the group and just do their own thing, and then they would actually just like talk about it like adults, and it felt like a very good way of dealing that, of just doing like actual like party interactions, because I think in like most, especially like fantasy media like that, the more like what more people would do is just make it to where like people wouldn't admit to faults or like start fights and cause drama, and that's like less of, you don't see a lot of that in Dungeon Meshi. It's a lot of just like character growth and like it's very nice. Characters make a lot of mistakes and they work around those mistakes, and it's good. A long tail black bear coming up behind her. Jamboree, jamboree. Inside with a big and I'm to the old and like. What's this? Jamboree, jamboree. Ooh, no, that's way too different. I could use the G pen. Behind hope, jamboree, jamboree. The old holy head, now my soul may no more dread. Yeah, other, you know, as I'm thinking of redeems, I don't know if there's like, unless there's something like chat really wants. Because I have a couple more video redeems. I have a couple other ideas that I want to do. Because I want to keep the stream a little cursed. A little cursed as a treat. We can't get like, you know, we gotta make sure we can't get too popular. We gotta stay a little scuffed. Someone's gonna come out and scout the stream, say they're like, oh my god, Amy is like, wow, they have such amazing commentary and a beautiful voice and everything, and my god. And then somebody's gonna redeem a delicious egg, and they will be banished from existence and turned to ash. You left again, so he's waiting for me, darling. Got these little mechs over here. But yeah, I'm really trying to learn and appreciate kind of the process of ink, like doing proper like inking steps and everything, because like, you know, with pixel art I don't have to do this in the same fashion, or in like it's a bit different of a step. Because it's less of like inking and more of like, you know, my line work's done already and I'm already on to color. Chat, are you excited for totally Arxis releasing ABBA? I'm actually surprised. I'm guessing they're going to probably wait till I think the end of like a tournament that's going on. Because I think there's like the Arxis World Tour or something going on right now. So I'm guessing they're gonna wait till that's done to like actually reveal who the new character for Strive is. Because it feels like they released the like silhouette weeks ago. And it's just been silent since then. Still, page could not be loaded for Slime Chat, unfortunately. So we will be stuck in this cursed existence for a bit longer, it seems. Please don't wait for me, darling. Another coming. Come arising. Please don't wait for me, darling. And figure it out on you once more. God, chat. One day I'm gonna have to learn to just draw characters with normal hair that isn't just over the top and very anime. And like, I know part of this is just I want to draw braids for fun and practice, but oh, it's so much. Riding down the hill. Where'd my braids reference go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think Marcial is the one I'd probably relate to the most as just like basically the thematic 30-year-old in the group who is in a group of complete weirdos. Oop, go away. And she's weird in her own unique ways, but it's different from everybody else. Alright, erase. Da, 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 da. Go. Speaking of Colin McGinnis, I don't know if he's actually on the song, but oh, okay, it's time for it's time for this cover, I guess. That's fine. I want it that way. I want it that way. Tell me why. Alright, chat. I think we'll go for like an hour more. That emote's so good, Lovesick. I love it. You ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. Just actually cleaning off my glasses for a second. Little V-Mills covers are so much fun. Thank you, I'm surprised. I haven't seen one of it before. Yeah. God, I love OG Nosferatu. As mentioned before stream, or not before stream, but earlier in stream, I'm a big, like, very old movie fan. I forgot how her little kepi is supposed to be. I think it's one of these. I did watch party for it October, public domain and all, very fun, nice. Yeah, I think I missed that. I wanted to check it out. Alright, we have ads coming in about 3 minutes. And we shall take a break and let the popo out. And do all of that jazz. It's a little too high. It's just kind of sitting on top of your head. I'm gonna make some adjustments. Actually, we're gonna... Okay. I'm gonna X this. We're just gonna put this on a new layer. Anaya does not wear a hat like a normal person. Yeah, I think I think I popped in for part of the watch party, but I think I might have had to go for some reason. Or maybe I'm thinking of a different one. I know I popped in for some of your watch parties, Lovesick. They are very fun. There was a while where I was watching a lot of Mystery Science Theater. Especially like late at night where I'm like really tired and just want to go to sleep. And just like have something on. And so like, you know, having that same vibe is always really nice. Oh my god, I know. Like, I'm pretty sure Bastard Legionen have a specific emblem. That's not helpful. Yep, they certainly do, and... Oh, no. Great, they do have a flash. But it's, on the other side. Okay, let me actually grab that again. Yes. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. Actually, the pupper is sleeping right now, so we aren't going to actually break. We're just going to keep working. Okay, so this goes more like this. It's more of a sharp cut, which makes sense. That's kind of like a lot of sharp cut clothing kind of aesthetics are supposed to be like kind of this factions vibe. Oh, like one of their core inspirations was aesthetically was the Vaulters from Endless Legends. Yeah, that's more matching what it's supposed to. Strike soundings in the channel of holding when I meshes too silly as 25 leagues. And we'll just need to point this cap up a little bit. Alright, we have another version of Drunken Sailor. Let's go. Chat, I hope you love Drunken Sailor. My favorite part of this version is on the video. They have a article that pops up about tetanus when they get to the shave his belly with a rusty laser lyric. Put him in a long boat till it's sober. Put him in a long boat till it's over. Early in the morning. Okay, because I think we could probably put this more to the right, which would make it look, yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better in regards to proportions. We can just move this and like slightly adjust this. Yeah. Now we're cooking with I don't know what we're cooking with actually. We're going with something. I hope it's not toxic. With Drunken Sailor, that's what we do with Drunken Sailor early in the morning. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I hope you were not jump scared by Skull and Bones. And I'm sorry if you were. Yeah, one day I just really want to be able to ink like a lot faster than I do. I know I talk about it a lot, but it's like one of my long-term goals. I just like, you know, as pixel art is my main thing, and it's like something I'm really skilled at. It's just like I want to get to the point where I am as comfortable with my like non-pixel art, which I don't want it to seem like I think my pixel art is bad or my non-pixel art is bad. That's not what I want to try and convey. It's just not to the skill level where I really would like it to be yet. And so it's just like we just gotta keep working to get it there. I think we're kind of close. But it's mostly just kind of a... Oh yeah, this is Lion's copy. We're in the wrong layer. And part of it is just a, like, speed thing. Is, because, like, once you're really good at something, you can really notice the difference in speed of how long a task will take you. And, you know, it's not like this is a thing I want to do for business, because I don't think I'm going to have, like, non-pixel art commissions open anytime soon, unless people really want them. If somebody really wants them, I will not, you know, deny them. I am always in need of the money. But like, this is, for me, just, like, something that's mostly just fun. It's just really nice having a detached kind of drawing medium that, like, isn't really work. And, like, sometimes it is, right? Hey, it was fun to lurk at a pretty cool discovery to have a nice rusty bank. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Sotina. I'm really happy it was a good lurk. And thank you again for the follow. And I hope you have a lovely night. But I really want to get... you know, I just really want to improve myself with my, with just my line art, especially. Like, that's kind of my main focus for my non-pixel art. Because I really, like, enjoy this kind of style. And, like, this is mostly a fun thing for me. Like I said before, I don't think, because I do want to do, like, a short kind of, like, light novel kind of manga-styled thing. And I don't think I want to release it for money, because even if I release it for $1, people, you know, somebody's gonna say no for a variety of reasons. That's no skin off their teeth. But it's literally just something I want to do for fun. And, like, drawing for fun is such a core thing for me. It's part of why I was so messed up. So messed up for, like, this past week. Because it's just, like, I couldn't do a lot of work that wasn't just, like, drawing in a sketchbook. And I love drawing in a sketchbook. But also, it's just, like, sometimes it's just, like, I really want to practice my ink work. Or I want to do this. And it's just, like, I haven't been able to, like, do that all week. So I'm just, like, fuck my life. And it's just a really big struggle when you have that. We're also going to rename this hat. Well, chat, I can't even see how long the stream's been going, so I don't know how long we've been going. 'Cause I'm only seeing half numbers. But yeah, I think we'll go for like a half hour more. Maybe, depending on how I'm feeling. We might end sooner. But I'm pretty happy with the progress we made tonight. I think we are kind of getting to a point where I'm like really happy with this line work. Because I want to have, essentially, how I'm kind of thinking of it is I want to incorporate thinner lines than I normally have like been doing, but I still want to have like sections of those lines that do have like shadows already incorporated into them. And so we do have like that bit of like fine value. I think like the collar is a really good example kind of what I'm looking for. Not the rank part. We gotta touch up the rank. We gotta touch up the ranks. But just like the, you know, thick in the back with like that good like shadow line, but then like thin in the front. Like that's kind of what I'm looking for. And I think we're really starting to get there and actually accomplish that. And then, you know, if I do like a manga light novel thing like I'm thinking, we're gonna have to learn how to simplify all of this. And we haven't even drawn like all the equipment this girl comes with yet. So there's a bit more, but I'm really happy with the progress we're making, I think. Inking is really hard. And, like, there's a reason why in, like, American comics, you have somebody who their job is just to ink. Like, it's kind of insane how much work mangaka have to actually do on their own. Because, like, they're usually doing the writing, the sketching, the inking, like, all of the layout. They're doing every part of a comic just by themselves. Which is insane. Which is also why, you know, a lot of them pass away super early. Because they're usually overworked and underpaid. Even, like, the very famous ones, you know. Like Toriyama. That's my tiny bit of soapbox. We won't get on the soapbox, but it's just incredibly frustrating. Had to do a few things, but am back. Well, welcome back, Corey. Hope your things went okay. We're drawing a hat and talking about how shitty the manga industry is. Especially, Toriyama was, especially, I think, prolific in, he was, I think, especially prolific in bringing, like, a sense of clarity to a lot of, like, manga, like fighting manga, or, like, martial arts manga. And, like, if you ever look at his art, it's he has, like, a very good sense of, like, what's the word I'm looking for? He has a really good sense of choreography and, like, dictating how things are. I do not want to listen to this song again. We're gonna skip this. Oh, we don't. We're gonna hide that. We don't want that. And I think that's part of why he was, like, so good, is that he's really good at drawing very complex things very clearly. And action scenes are really hard to draw. Like, for all the memery about, you know, like, Dragon Ball having fights that last for a bajillion years, It's just like Toriyama is really good at like actually doing at actually making those fights clear and cohesive. Yeah, some of the clarity of motion, like some clarity of motion between panels. Yes, yeah, exactly. Control T. Wait. Control Z. Control V. Control T. And like 68 is way too young. Like, no. No. But unfortunately, it's just like so many manga artists pass away really young. Even like the really famous ones, and when they get adaptations, it's just, I don't know. It's really upsetting, and it's like as someone who's a big fan of like these media types, it's just like very upsetting to always see how these creators are treated. Like, they get a lot of respect and everything, but you know, when it comes to like pay and being taken care of, it's just not so much. That's gotta be on the hat there. Yep. And there's Inori, who she's the writer for I Favor the Villainous. And she's just there, like in her tiny ass apartment, sharing pictures of her tiny ass food. I think she does some live streams over on YouTube in English. I've been meaning to check those out because I think she does some Q&As, which would be really nice to see. I think the nicer thing about like a lot of some of the technology advances, though, like working with a tablet and using the internet and anything, is that more people can like get into manga and like actually get manga like published, whether they're just like putting their manga on like social media or whatever, without having to like also push themselves as much. Yeah. If any of you are wondering, like, man, Amy, this subject seems like a it's subject you're passionate about. It's just like, yeah, this is just like media I've enjoyed like my entire life, and I just want the artists who make it to be taken care of. Is all. And like I just yeah, and this goes across multiple media because lately there is on a different subject in the realm of video games. Copy. Oh, we can merge that down. Alright, in the topic of video games. So with some of the Helldivers recent patch changes, because they nerfed a lot of stuff and people started throwing fits. Some of the devs like started to kind of meme on people who were complaining about them. Or it's literally just like, have you considered getting good? And it's they do have like a point. Because like there are people on Reddit who are just like, for instance, they nerfed like one thing. Yeah, they nerfed the railgun, and people were extremely upset about it. And so like, because you know, essentially the railgun, for those who aren't aware, it really promoted just like a style of play that is like solo and doesn't really interact with your teammates at all. And because it doesn't like require a backpack, and you didn't have to turn it on off safe mode to where it might explode and kill you. And yeah, so they nerfed that, and people got extremely upset about that. And to where some people were saying some of the enemies, the chargers, for instance, which are like these big armored bugs that charge at you, as the name implies, were just unstoppable now. And you have so many tools to actually do it. And what they have instead done is, by like nerfing the railgun and like some other like slight alterations, they've really encouraged people to use more of the like crew serve weapons, because you'll have weapons that are like, you can use them on your own, but essentially they get a big reload buff if you give like a teammate the ammo backpack for it, and if they reload for you. They won't be able to, you know, do anything on their own because they're sitting there reloading for you. But it's like a really cool mechanic. And I think it's something that should be at the core of like the game. Even though I use like disposable AT, which is the disposable AT is like you know, the anti-tank version of the railgun where you don't have to rely on teammates. It's still like something that your teammates can still use because it cools down multiple. It doesn't just cool down one, it cools down a couple. So you can have more than one person like grab them. And there have been multiple times where it's like, oh shit, I need a heavy weapon. Or like, my heavy weapon isn't good for this. Let me grab the disposable AT, aim it cooldown. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, the flamethrower is really good now. And, but yeah, gamers threw a big fit. And it was very upsetting to see. Because I think they have made an exceptional game. And that, that's kind of bullshit. I don't think devs should have to be like compelled by fucking gamers who refuse to like play by the game's rules. And like I've seen it before. I think another big one was when the FromSoft nerfed the Mimic tier in Elden Ring. Which, like, it's fine. The Mimic tier kind of trivialized the game a little bit. And personally, I'm a big fan of just like seeing changes like this because I think if just one thing is strong forever, or the other thing was bleed, like they nerfed bleed a bit in Elden Ring, and because bleed was so stupidly strong. Oh my god, I can't. I am still in awe of how strong bleed was on release, considering like they nerfed it immediately with Dark Souls 3 because of reasons. The railgun must be in unsafe. This is the world of Jill for us, the people of Jill. Oh my god. Kip, you're just starting to sound like you're a part of the word of Blake. No. With the word of Blake isn't real. It can't hurt you. It still kind of is. Yeah, bleed is still super strong in Elden Ring, if that's what you're referencing, Pori. But like for those of you who don't know, let's pull up a chair and we can listen to Grandma. As we tell the old stories. The old stories of Dark Souls 3. Which came out so long ago. So bleed was super strong in Dark Souls 3, but like a lot of people didn't realize it, and except for one, or like the problem wasn't just like bleed was okay on its own, but the thing is that if you're say doing PvP, you could have a bunch of people stack up the bleed consecutively. So a tiny streamer named Peeve noticed this, and by tiny I mean he has a large audience who watches him play Soul Sports games. So he kind of noticed that, to where it's just like, okay, wait. So if you have multiple people applying bleed, all of those bleed stacks build up. So, what if we essentially make a player covenant around everybody invading and using bleed builds, and we'll all invade in the same area, which is mostly Pontiff, because or not Pontiff, Anorlando, because that was where you had like the auto invade with the Covenant. I forgot what it's called. Aldrich Faithful. That's it. So you had like the area where you'd auto invade with the Aldrich Faithful, and was like a big PvP hotspot. So what essentially happened is Aldrich Faithful. Yeah. So you had like hosts who would start like grouping up with a bunch of people and then just waiting there. And then essentially just murdering any invaders who would come in with like a gank. And because invaders are really stupid most of the time, they'll just run forward and then just get murdered in a 3-on-1 fight. So, what they started doing was they started doing invasions where they're waiting for like at least like 2 people to show up, and then both coming in with bleed builds, and the bleed would just instantly apply because you have like 2 people doing it, and the host would kind of die instantly. And it was apparently a big thing for I think 2 weeks or so before FromSoft nerfed bleed. And so they nerfed it, and it is a fine nerf. It was to where, people weren't dying in like 0.2 seconds. DS3 might beloved, yeah. Yeah, Carthus Rouge. Yeah, I love DS3. It's actually my favorite of the trilogy. It's a hot take, I know, but I think it's the best. And my feelings on it are more complicated because of Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring is essentially Dark Souls 4. And I think like kind of because the reading I took from Dark Souls 3 was like, we don't want to keep making Souls games anymore. And then they just made another Souls game, but open world. I think it's really hard to put in the basket with 1 or 2. Yeah, same. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 3 are my favorite. And like, for some reason, Dark Souls 1 doesn't really grab me, and then Dark Souls 2 has a lot of bullshit that makes me upset. I used to really love Dark Souls 2. It was actually my first Dark Souls game. But then, like, what happened is I tried doing a greatsword build. I was doing a greatsword of the, you know, the one you get from the last sinner or whatever, or the lost sinner. Because I was like, oh, this greatsword's really cool. I want to use this greatsword. And then I discovered that you can't use lock-on as a greatsword user, and I'm like, what the fuck? Because if you try to lock on with a greatsword, it'll spin you around in a circle, which is fucking stupid. I say this as someone who didn't realize lock-on was a thing you could do until like 20 hours into Dark Souls 2. Hi, I'm good at video games. But yeah, like, Dark Souls 1 just doesn't grab me for some reason. I don't know why. Because I really like Demon Souls. I like Demon Souls a lot. I need to go back and finish my playthrough. I think it's actually one of, like, the really interesting things about Demon Souls is just how all of the bosses are gimmick bosses. But I think it also has, like, a pretty strong example of, like, FromSoft's level design when they're making something really tight and things don't need to connect. Greatsword has 1 running attack. Oh, God, no. No. But yeah, and then, like, Ashes of Arianto. Oh my god, I love Ashes so much. People complained about Ashes because it was kind of short, but, like, I think it was probably... Yeah, I know exactly the one you're talking about. But I really loved Ashes. It's like, yeah, I didn't want to fight Sif with a friend again, but, like, the Free Day fight just made up for that exponentially. Because Free Day is my favorite. She's my favorite boss in just the entire, like, Souls series. It's just, like, the music, the boss fight, the surprise third phase is just so good. Also, Jesus is really cute, and I want to hold her hand. Let me hold your hand, Frida. It's okay. It's all level design. I think you have to appreciate level design to get it. Yeah, I appreciate level design, but yeah, I don't know. I think what I appreciate about level design is different than Dark Souls 1 level design. I think I just need to turn stabilization off for this brush. What's this? What? Okay, yeah, there we go. Frida is so good, even if she doesn't give you a fake out Titanite slab, yeah. I love her so much. Just everything about her. It's just like the voice acting, the like story behind her, the fact that she's just trying to chill out in her fucking painting world and you're ruining everything. And just the fact that it's like, you know, fighting like another Ashen one as like a boss is just really good. And then I think it's like the best. I think it is like the best, like, you know, extra show up boss since Ornstein and Smough. Because there are plenty of bosses where it's just like, you know, somebody else shows up or it's a 2-person boss, but I think that one's just really good because it is like 2 very different kind of characters. And, like, you can really
devise strategy around how you fight that fight based on who you want to fight more. In which I think the demon princes are also another good evolution on that. Because, oh, that's on the wrong layer. Because if you, like, want to fight a specific final demon prince, you need to kill, like, a specific one. I think that's kind of interesting. Yeah, Phase is better to fight than all of Elden Rings. Thank you. Yeah. Holy fuck. Wait, hey. Don't. I muted my mic at some point. I don't know when I muted my mic. Oops. But yeah, I know I did the demons fight like a million times because I was going through Dark Souls 3 on my Dark Moon character, which was like SL60. Oh no, and then I end up getting the Fire Rain instead of Laser Beam. Yeah, it's so much more difficult to deal with. But I yeah, went through the whole game with DLCs included at SL60, which is fucking difficult. And you're like, oh, Amy, that can't be so bad. You're SL60 with like half upgrades because you know, I wanted to matchmake and get and essentially help people through like difficult areas like Irithyll. And however, my build was really stupid. And I was essentially playing like a dark paladin kind of build. So my spells were like Dorothy's gnawing and which is the meta spell, but it was like Dorothy's gnawing and Dark Moon Scythe with an Hollow Slayer Beloved. Yeah. What's her face? I love you. Lucatiel, that's it. You get the sexy little flourish. I'm not a big fan of the flourish, but it is pretty cool. But yeah, I was using an S-Stock and a Morning Star for my weapons. Dark S-Stock, Bleed, Morning Star. This was such a cursed build. but it was my favorite. Probably that I've made in any Souls game so far. It was really fun. The Morning Star was just like, essentially if you get put in a bind and like need to really wail on someone. And so I do like the weapon art that gave you the extra poise and then just start wailing on somebody. I think there's like motion capture and an authentic thing. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Okay, that improves my opinion on the gay little flesh a little bit.
But yeah. I was doing some co-op Elden Ring, which was really fun, and I do want to go through, and I'm like kind of torn because I don't know if I want to keep going with my, because I kind of like my lower level character a bit better, but I don't want to level up my lower level character, so I don't know if I want to keep doing that or if I just want to speed run like a new game plus on my main. This is why I fight for the next one game, having a stab. Yeah. Look, I just need a penetrator sword again. That's what I want. I want a straight sword, but with a dumb pokey moveset. And have it be really long. So, I don't know. I think, like, the Light's True combo from Jump Light, but... Yeah, I don't know if people would... You know, we could do, like, a stream for me to do, like, a... NG Plus run. People would be interested in that. If you started that now, you could probably finish by the time the DLC drops. I mean, you have like 3 months until the DLC drops, right? Because I think it's releasing in June? And so we might do a... I don't know, we might take a day to just do like some gaming. It'd be you know, I'm curious to see, because like I would kind of want to see if we could do a run with like the dried finger on. This is the hat layer. Cause like, oh my god, I don't want constant, you know, I just want regular invasions. I don't want constant invasions because I really have fun with invasions. Like, I just want people to be normal. I don't need people to invade my every, you know, instance. But, like, I think a New Game Plus run for me would be mostly just focusing on, like, main story bosses. Because we'd be mostly focused on getting the Ronnie ending, because I accidentally didn't get it, because I finished the... Because I beat Radagon at like 4 in the morning or something stupid like that. And instead of just going to sleep like a normal person would, I was like, oh hey, we can just do the ending now. And then I couldn't find fucking Ronnie's I couldn't find Ronnie's sign. Like, oh god, I guess I'll just do this one. And then I just sat on the chair. I sat on the chair like a fucking dweeb. Let's go. Let's go. It's all I know. Hey, 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 let's go. All I did was perpetuate the cycle, Chad. I feel like these are looking pretty good. Just one time I would fight the Northwest Passage. This song is really fucked up when you realize it's about Franklin's expedition. Yep. Still can't load chat, by the way. Oh my god, my friend beat the game all fists and bandits starting help the first time though. Amazing. That's great. Dude, I started out as a prisoner on the first time. And I like did not level vigor. Because I really wanted to go like a sorcery playthrough, because usually I go like a miracle kind of combo way, and I wanted to go sorceries this time because sorcery seemed really interesting. And also I made some kind of evil sorcery builds in Dark Souls 3. Like I had an invader that was essentially just a sniper. And like I would stab myself with a stabby sword and like get myself down to 30. And yeah, use the crystal sage staff, but and then just double sage ring buffs. And then my last ring would be the ring that makes you invisible at a distance, and so I would just snipe people with a crystal soul spear. And I would two-shot people. which is a little evil. Maybe a lot evil. Oh no. Yeah, I was a little bad. I think that was one of the builds that got like a friend of mine's partner upset at me for being an invader. But then like Elden Ring happened and everybody just one-shots. It's fine. Like, a lot of the Elden Ring bouncing is genuinely unhinged, and I'm just like... considering this is just Dark Souls 4, I am very curious on some of these decisions. Okay, chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's just really weird how it's like this shit. I think a lot of things were solved in like Dark Souls 3, and then they brought a lot of them back into Elden Ring, and it's really weird considering like how much stuff they brought over from Dark Souls 3. Okay, it is midnight. So, oh man, I just want to keep on working. No, I don't want to listen to Oingo Boingo. Here we go. We'll do this. We'll do Polka Dot Stingray. Because I'm like, it's midnight. We should probably end stream, but also I'm like, I want to just keep arting. I want to keep inking. Oh, okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll keep working for about 10 more minutes, I think. And then that's when our next round of ads should be coming around. And we'll just work until the ads jump scare us. Then we'll raid out to somewhere else. feel like I could. I'm wondering. Thinking about this belt. Because I could just make this belt black, and it would make my life exponentially easier. But I don't know if I want to do that. It's also, it's not supposed to be like a... I think it's supposed to be brown. I know, like, the smart way about this would be just, like, draw lines over sketch and then just turn off the sketch layer, but I don't know, for some reason, just, like, working on it and then just erasing the sketch layer as we go just works so much better for my brain. Boop. And we're on the wrong layer again. One day, I won't be beaten by layers. I won't. Oh my god, Amy's still alive? Yeah, we're gonna be ending soon, though. I, like, can't see how long I've been going, because, well, right now my references are in the way. But I couldn't see how long I've been going regardless, because my Twitch window is messed up. And all of the numbers are cut off by my Firefox. My Firefox, like, window. Over 7 hours. Oh! Oh! Well, fuck. Chat, we're meant to do a 5-hour stream today. I downloaded this. Oh no, Fram. Alright, you gotta send it to me. But right now we're just... Name is Craig. Oh no, we're just gonna be working for a little bit longer. And, we're just working until the next round of ads show up, and then we'll raid out. If you want to see how far we've gotten. Oh no, chat. I'm sorry. I am sorry to all the Christians. Everybody who's raised Christian. Fram, this is just a white YouTuber from Portland. Also, I am very confused. I know it's a Christian's a Christian kids show about vegetables, but I am very concerned if you can't see his body. He's quizzling amazing. I'm very concerned if they're burying treasure in St. Louis. I think the only people who are burying treasure in St. Louis is bootleggers. Everything's fine. was weird. My burying treasure in St. Louis sounds like a euphemism. Yeah, for burying booze. I'm glad you understand. Ugh. Yeah, you're supposed to sing about pirates! And the Boston in the fall, you know, the pirates who don't do anything. I also mention this because my great grandfather was a bootlegger. He was a bootlegger in St. Louis, and he got shot for it. All right, chat. We should probably start looking for a raid target. I have two different people I am thinking about. And do you want to see some FF7 or do you want to see some more art is the big question. I apologize in advance. For what? Oh, no, I see the body now. Oh, no. You should apologize. Okay. But yeah, we can go over to Barry's stream, which I think Barry might be ending soon. Actually, don't know how long he's been streaming for. Yeah, he's probably gonna end soon. So we can go over to Zetalis, who is a really good artist if you want to see someone who is more skilled in this kind of art than I am. You can also head over there, which I think is what we might do. We'll work for a little bit longer, though. But we'll be ending very soon. Also, Fram, that was incredibly cursed. Okay, I do want to, like, actually draw an arm and a hand over here. I don't just want to skip it out, because this is just always good practice. You can remove individual teeth in this character creator? Oh my god, that is... what the fuck? I'll hit that one more time. Also, Poet and the Muse Supremacy. Poet and the Muse is really good. I've become so familiar with the old Gods of Asgard slash Poets of the Fall because I liked their music in what I saw from Alan Wake. And I've just been listening to the music. Thank you, Sam Lake, for being like, I want this band for like one thing in Max Payne, and then they just become like a staple. Steep in the vibes, yeah. The vibes are powerful. So I like how they are just a band in universe as well. That just, I think, makes it a lot better. Sorry, chat, she smokes. Do we want to end on the unrequired grave? Let's not end on such a depressing song. No. We got, here we go. Alright, we'll just be waiting for a tiny bit longer, and then we'll raid out. I think we're gonna go over and raid Settlers. They are a really good artist and have a pretty good stream, I think. They have a very nice chill stream. And like, speaking of like kind of the control Alan Wake aesthetic, they have something kind of similar. Holy shit. We spent 7.5 hours on this. I know we spent a lot of time yapping. But, woof. Oh, there we go. I see.
You see?
I understand.
This is why we broke up.
These over a little bit. This is why we broke up. Because we were working on art for too long. I'm so glad I put that in there. Thank you, Kip, for doing those. Everybody thank Kip. Because I think his edits are probably better than what mine would have been. I would have been much lazier with them. Okay. Okay. Let's try to... Let's try to get some of these braid lines done really quick. Thank you. Yeah. Apple tree. Also, I should try with Sale at some point. You know, Tasting History has a video on it. No, that was actually a really good line. You're welcome. I'm going to me a relevant link. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? No, we are too hipster for this. No. Here we go. Dan for sake. I don't know. Okay, chat. I think it's finally time we must part ways. Let me eat this lime really quick. Yeah. Huh. Good sleep, please, and thank you. I will be up for a bit longer. It's okay. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. It was a really great return stream, aside from chat breaking on screen. But it's okay. We have Stell and Marcel to keep everything together. Yeah, we're gonna go over and raid Settlers. We'll see if I can just mispronounce this every time I say it. But we'll go over and check out their channel for some more art. Next stream is probably going to be on Wednesday. I think we are going to be doing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm not sure. I'll post on my socials, and I'll probably post on, like, Discords I'm in and whatever. Well, probably not on the Discords I'm in. But, actually, that reminds me, I should open up my Discord. But, okay. So, we're gonna try and start moving to 5 streams a week. Not sure if that's happening. We'll let you know on my socials next week. And, hope you all have a great night. Thank you, everybody who stopped by. Thank you, everybody for the gift subs, and fuck you, Weeb, for the goddamn donation.
I know you're not here, but fuck you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and raid. Thank you everyone once again for stopping by, and have a wonderful night.